Well, well, well. Another day, another Brian Schottenheimer press conference. And he has something today to say that is very interesting. And I think it's in opposition of what many have been thinking. Let's talk Cowboys. We about to talk facts. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we live. Let's go.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him.
Let's go. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this live stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we go live or post another video. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Brian Schottenheimer, man, he giving us something. He giving us something a little bit new today. Brian Schottenheimer is about to drop a megaton bomb about Jalen Tolbert. And so today, we have a very, very packed show. So, we're going to look at this Brian Schottenheimer press conference and listen to what he has to say about Jalen Tolbert. And I think he's going to shock some people. Then we're going to listen to Marshawn Nealon, Lyle Collins, Javonte Williams, Ty Smith, 105.3, talking about Micah Parsons, the Day 10 best plays. Your boy got you. I'm going to show you the best plays of the day. And then also, if there is any breaking news, we're going to break it today. So, we have an absolute loaded show for today. I am on late today. I apologize. So, those who don't catch the show live, you'll catch it on the replay. But nevertheless, it is time to get it on. We're gonna have a quick roll call, and I only see two people on my end. So this is how I roll. Whether it be 10 or 10,000, we're gonna talk Cowboys today. So we'll greet everyone else as they come in. And let's greet the people that are at the top of the list right now. I see people coming in. Lord Nova in the crib. What's going on? Lord Nova said, you're the man. No, you're the man. I appreciate you.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him.
Chris Densler, he said, salute. Salute to you too. Let's go. Dak owns Filthy in the crib. Let's go. Sean Springer, he said, we talking facts, G. I'm in. Oh, we about to get this thing started. I can't forget my man, Derek G. What up with you, Derek G? He said, what up, G? Cowboys offense is going to be difficult. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Especially for the average team. TME Greatness, what's going on? He said, Coach G, what's good? Let's get this. Rayshawn Stanch, what up? What up? All right. We're going to give it another 30 seconds. I'm not on my regular time. I know people are coming in a little late. Don't worry. We're going to get this thing cranked up and started. Howard Washington in the crib. Let's go, Cowboys. All right. We're going to get us one more greeting in here. Don't y'all worry. We're going to get it. It'll get going. And so we're going to start this thing out with this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. John Jones said, what up, G Money? I say it's a new Jack City. Let's go. All right.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him.
Mr. Get Dirty, I see you. Shout out from Memphis. He said, man, you're doing your thing. I appreciate it. I love that name, Mr. Get Dirty. Let's go. Ready Moon Jr. Let's go. He said, what up, G? Ready for some energized facts? Man, I'm about to give them to you. I'm telling you, boy, it's always something. A lot of people look at the Cowboys negative. Nah, man, it's always something good going on with the Cowboys for me. I'm not on this negative stuff. I'm not on it. John Henry, let's go, Cowboys. Let's go. Hey, Doc, what's happening? What's happening? All right. Let's get this thing going as people start coming in. We'll get it revved up. Don't you worry. All right. So let's get this thing started with the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Brian Schottenheimer, I mean, at this point, how many different things can they ask? But nevertheless, Brian Schottenheimer, I think he's going to shock a few of us today because Brian Schottenheimer has got news for us as it applies to one Jalen Tolbert. Well, we might as well get this thing going. Let's roll it.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Your thoughts on what would you like to see from your team in tomorrow's scrimmage?
Execution, physicality, kind of our identity. I want to see us, play smart, play physical, play with the effort that is expected, and then there's going to be mistakes, but I'd love to see some young guys really take some big steps up, and I'm excited to go against a different colored jersey, but some different scheme. It's fun to have to change gears and do that. So, but really just kind of see our identity come into vision.
The way you guys have been practicing and what we will see tomorrow will be?
Well, hopefully not much different, in terms of the effort, the energy. I expect that never changes. I mean, that's the expectation. Calvin, we don't want to change what we're doing. You put another jersey out there, you don't change the way you work, you don't change the way you run to the ball, you don't change the way you try to block and close on the ball and contain things on defense. So again, I don't expect it'll be much different. Hopefully the pace is one that's exciting.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Speaking of the plan, will you do more 7-on-7, 1-on-1 drills? I mean, because I know what you do is unique, maybe not the same, but what they do with their practice. Have y'all talked about that kind of plan?
We have. Yeah, Sean and I worked through it a couple days ago. He and I will jump on a call this afternoon just to finalize everything. You'll see a 7-on-7 period today here with us today, but tomorrow it's mostly team stuff. Try to get the 11-on-11 stuff going. Their offensive and defensive line, obviously, going against our offensive defensive line. Those are things that you want to see because of the matchups and things like that. But
Rams' defensive line is insane. The Rams' defensive line is insane. They're hurting. They're hurting on the back end, but that line gave the Philadelphia Eagles everything they could handle.
No 7-on-7, mostly team drills.
And I know you've talked to your team about fighting. Historically, or at least in a few times that they've had practice against the Rams, there's been a lot of fights. I don't know.
That's around the league. Yeah, that's around the league. I was in River Falls a long time ago when it was a melee. Yeah.
I don't know if you made a point to readdress that with your team and talk to Sean about that and how y'all going to handle that.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It doesn't change who we are. You can't throw punches. It's whether you're practicing against yourself, whether you're practicing against the Rams, whether you're practicing against the Ravens. In a game, you can't throw punches. And again, will it get chippy? Maybe. Two really physical teams going at it head-to-head, but don't go over the line. Play to the edge, but don't go over the edge. And that's the message that's constant, no matter what we're doing and however we're competing.
All right, Todd Archer, ESPN. What will Micah do today? Will he be on the field, and how's he been in the meetings the last few days?
Been really good. I think you'll see a lot of the same things he's been doing. The meetings have been really good. Like I said, what you see from him is the coaching piece of it and all that he's doing, diving into the other guys. And
I'm not even going to comment.
I don't think you'll see much different, but again, very engaged, ask good questions, and I don't think that's going to change.
Maybe not a big deal, but he came out. He wasn't in his practice jersey.
Yeah, not a big deal. I mean, we want all of our guys to be the same, and again, there's usually a reason if a guy's not in that, but
which he actually did put the jersey on later on in practice. Tired of this, Michael Parsons. Is tired of this conversation.
Again, for the most part, we're a team. We're going to always act like a team, and usually you'll see them all in gear.
With the Athletic, any update on Tyler Smith?
Yeah, he's doing fine. Kind of a maintenance thing, nothing that should prevent him from playing, but yeah, he should be fine. Maybe a little bit limited today. I'll go figure that out when I get done here, but nothing that we're concerned about.
And then with Lyle Collins, is he looked at as just a tackle, or is there tackle guard there?
No, he's got tackle guard flex. I think, John, he can, he's more comfortable on the right. So we'll start him out over there on the right, playing some tackle and maybe a little bit inside. But for him, it's a ramp-up period. He's no different than, when you bring these players in, you got to kind of.
Terrence Steele, watch out, bro. Terrence Steele, you better step it up. Lyle Collins, man, I'm telling you, when Lyle Collins was Lyle Collins, shoo, he was moving furniture.
Ramp them up. They're not quite ready to go. Like Kenneth Murray missed a couple of days, so he comes back, and you don't immediately throw him back into practice. You start with individual. You start doing things like that, getting them moving, doing football moves and things like that. And so LC will get a few reps today, and it'll be good to see him get back out there and shake some of the rust off.
Nick Harris, Full Star Telegram. Obviously, these reps for Tyler Guyton would have been so valuable here in training camp. With him being out, how much value can he get in these mental reps and in meetings and still being here?
Has to, he has to. And it could be watching, it could be the film. Like I said, I think, we've got some good projects that he's working on right now in terms of watching his one-on-one pass sets and his one-on-one run blocks from the spring and from early in training camp. So, you have to make up for that, lack of getting the reps. But again, the coaches do a great job. They stay very involved, and they get a lot of questions. You actually get more questions when you're not performing in meetings than you do if you are, because you just want to keep them into it mentally. And it's very, very different when you're not getting the full speed reps that he's missing out on. But again, very comfortable with him, with what he's getting. And we've been talking to him a lot about just, attacking the rehab. And he's done a great job, and he's already moving a lot better.
TAs, you had mentioned 3 guys that y'all were cross-training on the offensive side, Turpin at running back, Lipke at tight end, and then Deuce at receiver. We've been able to see some of the Turpin and Lipke packages, but since Deuce has been in and out with the hamstring, is there still some things that y'all want to see on the field with Deuce that y'all have installed?
Yeah, absolutely. His football instincts are off the chart. So intelligent, can play multiple positions. He's really, running back / slot. So like you look for those slot matchups and things like that, whether it's option routes or, change of direction routes where you're trying to use his quickness and explosiveness to, match up on a lesser player, whether it's a linebacker or a big boundary safety that, he should be able to have a step on. And of course, his quickness and suddenness is pretty special. But again, all those things they're installed, and when he gets back, we'll start, using those again. But he kind of knows his role and how he'll be used. And we've got a package going in today that we call where we put 2 halfbacks in the game. Those normally would be his reps. But again, when you don't get those opportunities, it goes to somebody else. So you'll see Jaden Blue do some of those things, and great opportunity for us to evaluate JB.
I'm very interested to see where this pans out with Deuce Vaughn. I'm just being honest with you. I just don't think Deuce Vaughn fits the team. For every time you tell me Deuce Vaughn's going to get a snap, to me, I would rather have Jaden Blue doing that snap. What are you using Deuce Vaughn? I mean, at this point, now that you got Jaden Blue, a bigger, faster, stronger, and I don't know if he's stronger, but definitely a bigger, faster version, what do you need Deuce Vaughn for? No, I'm lining Jaden Blue up in the slot. Deuce can't run with Jaden Blue. Deuce can't run with Jaden Blue. Deuce can't run with Kevontae Turpin. They've made their minds up on where they're going with Kevontae Turpin, and he's going to be a jack of all trades. He's going to be the chess piece on the offense. Why would you even put Deuce Vaughn in the game? I don't get it, and I'm honestly not believing it. Your best ability is availability. And the less Deuce Vaughn is on the field and the more you see Jaden Blue, I don't even see how you would even justify. How would you even justify putting him in over Jaden Blue? Other than you're saying, well, we drafted him. We drafted him. We want to use him. That's not what this game is about. Jaden Blue, it makes no sense to me. I want to see, this is one of them stories. I definitely want to see how it develops, because I just don't see where Deuce Vaughn, I don't see where he necessarily fits in. I don't. And I'm definitely not keeping him on the roster over Phil Maffa, contrary to what some have said, that Phil Maffa's going to be cut. Who going to cut Phil Maffa and keep Deuce Vaughn over Phil Maffa? Crazy work to me.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. It's first game week. I know the practice tomorrow makes things a little interesting, but what do you try to
do throughout the week to get your guys ready? What's that game week process look like with you? Is it pretty standard? Do you try to add some wrinkles to it from what you've learned in the past?
Yeah, Tommy, that's a good question. I mean, we're not changing. Our focus right now is on us. You know, I mean, we're going to go line up and play on Saturday, and I'll get more detail into that as we get going through the week. But, like, our focus right now is on all things Cowboys. And let's have a great practice today. Let's have a great scrimmage tomorrow. We're not doing, like, the typical, okay, hey, this is first, second down. We're not doing that. We're still in the install phase of what we're trying to get done and focus on, who we are and what our true identity is on offense, defense. We're learning our players. We're learning our scheme. What do we do well? What do we like? What do we not like? What do we need to adjust? And again, we probably won't show a whole lot in the preseason, to be honest with you.
And then you guys had the beach day and families in town this weekend. How fun was that, and how much did you enjoy getting to be with your guys and their families and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it was amazing. Really was. Just a chance to step away and, go and sit and stare at the Pacific Ocean and, have some cocktails and eat and get to know the players' families a little bit better and let them get to know my family and the coaches and everybody. It was really fun. And the operations people, Brian Wansley, Cable, Jason McKay, all the ops guys, Laura Fryer, my assistant, they just did an amazing job. And the Zechariah Dunes did an amazing job. So if I had one person come up to me and thank me, I probably had 50. So it was fun because some of the players didn't want to leave. They were having a good time. They were playing cornhole. There were some serious cornhole tournaments going on. Banger's really good, by the way. You guys don't want to play him in a bar in cornhole. He's really, really good. But it was truly a chance for us to slow down and, lean into the ones we love and care about.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You and Matt Eberflus both talked about your plans for Micah Parsons in terms of moving around and how you can kind of get the most out of him on defense. When a trade request is made, how does that alter your game plan for game one already? Is your mind even going there yet?
No, we're still planning on moving Mike around and putting him in all the spots that we see him and using our fronts the way we want to see it. And no, we just, we go about our business every day. We live in the moment. We focus in the moment. And again, like I said, I talked to you guys the other day. I'm not going to get a lot into it, but, I expect Micah to be here.
This has to be the craziest conversation that's going on to me. I can't get with this new generation. It is shameful to me that Micah Parsons gets to say he doesn't want to be here no more. He gets to say he puts in a trade request. And there seems to be some insinuation of teams, for whatever reason, people, I don't know where this stuff's coming from on this, where he would prefer to play. It is shameful when we live in a society that says that's okay. And people are entertaining that because Micah Parsons puts in a trade request that is not worth the paper or the message or the paper and the message he sent and the paper he put it on. It ain't worth nothing. It's garbage. It's all it is. It was nothing but garbage. And we start creating, I'm on Micah's, on what? On his side. He ain't got no side. There's nothing he can do. And for anybody to be thinking that Jerry isn't going to pay Micah, so you mad because Jerry is trying to do what I think he has every right to do? And I'll be honest with you, I don't care what anyone says, he should be doing. These owners are watching what Jerry Jones is doing. And I'm telling you why they're dead silent. Because this same David Mulugeta bullied the Cleveland Browns into giving Deshaun Watson one of the dumbest contracts in NFL history. The dumbest contract in NFL history. So we're okay with Jerry just saying, no negotiation, bring in David Mulugeta, whatever he wants, give it to him. I'm not running my business like that. Everybody needs to just be patient. Michael's going to get signed. But this is a very big deal. I've heard people say, well, this is not just about Michael, it's about the players. Well, this isn't just about Michael. This is about the owners too. Somebody is going to have to stand up against these David Mulugetas, this athletes first. Somebody's going to have to make a stand on these agents. And somewhere we're going to have come to a happy medium. Because it's getting to the point that you literally have to ask yourself, how much is one player worth who don't touch the ball? Is one player so good that he's irreplaceable? That you're saying that no matter what, you want $60 million. This fan base seems to be saying to me, if he could get more than Dak Prescott, give it to him. You run your business any kind of way you want to. And I'm telling you, when you hear stuff like this, you know full well why some folks don't have businesses, why they don't have multi-million and multi-billion-dollar businesses. You don't run your business like that. You don't let people in your organization take control of your organization, people outside of your organization to take control of your organization. It's your organization. And I'm sorry, I'm built different. I wouldn't care a hill of beans what people are saying. Because I'm the one that got to live with it. They don't have to live with it. They don't have to live with the fact that it's coming out of their team's salary cap. They don't have to live with you're paying that contract 4 years down the road. They don't have to live with you kicking that into dead years. You trying to figure out how you going to get now George Pickens and other players in there. They don't have to live with if you sign that contract and the same thing that happened to Trayvon Diggs and Terrence Steele happens, and now you got a player who you're paying bukus of dollars and he ain't playing. They don't have to live with that. Now they just get to say, oh, well, that's a part of the game. Yeah, you can say that when it's not your money. That's what Jerry is saying about David Mulugeta. Once you get that guaranteed contract, you think the agent really cares? You don't give a hill of beans. He's getting his money regardless. But at the end of the day, I don't think anybody in their right mind thinks Jerry is not going to sign Michael Parsons. But for anybody to be mad because Jerry won't sign Michael Parsons right now, there is something wrong with you. This man has every right to negotiate a contract how he sees fit. He has every right to do it. It's his team. If he wants Michael to wait until September the 3rd, I don't like it, but it's not my team. Because if it was my business, it's my business, and that's the issue with so many people. They don't really put themselves in them numbers. I'm just telling you me. I'm just telling you up front for me. And I'm going to talk about this more later. I'm just telling you at face value. David Mulugeta wouldn't want to have a conversation with me. Your client said he wants to be traded. He no longer wants to be here. We're going to see if we can make that happen. We're mad at Jerry, but Michael said he don't want to play here no more because he can't get the contract. And I don't even think it's the contract. He can't get the negotiation going when he wants it to. Well, you get off this soapbox. I'm going to get back to here later when we come back on this thing with Michael Parsons, because 105.3 The Fan has come up with something too on this. I mean, and I'm sorry. This dude got the unmitigated gall, and he knows doggone well. I'm telling you, these media members, they look for headlines. So you actually think that Brian Schottenheimer is going to say to a media member, yeah, when Michael requested that trade, we immediately started adjusting our game plan. What? If anybody thinks that question is good or smart,
How's he doing? What's kind of the expectations for a return?
He's doing really well. He was actually having a great camp before, he got banged up a little bit, but he's doing really well. I think he's on track. Might be another week or so, but he's working hard, and again, he's found his voice in a good way in terms of his command of the defense and what he's trying to do. And when he's out there, you hear not just the calls, but the confidence in making the calls and actually trumping linebackers on some certain shifts and motions, which we challenge our guys with. And, again, he's another guy. He'll be getting a lot of reps in the classroom and gets asked a lot of questions and forced to speak in those settings.
Babe Loffberg, Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, 105.3 The Fan. Brian, this will be, to the best of my knowledge, this will be the first time as a play caller that you've been calling plays for the defensive head coach. Correct?
That is correct.
So it can be liberating for you. I know Pete Carroll at the playoff game said, boy, I jumped into a couple of calls, I shouldn't have done that. You won't have to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's and look, everybody you work with is different. Like Pete was great, Jeff Fisher was great, Rex was, really all the guys I work with. There was a ton of meetings that go on behind the scenes, and you talk about the plan and all that stuff. But definitely freeing. You don't have to think or ask. If it's fourth down, you want to go for it, you go for it. And you listen to the people that help you with that information, Ryan Feeder and some of the people that do the game management. But it's definitely a feeling where you feel like you can control the rhythm maybe more than you do when you have to answer to somebody. And I haven't really thought much about it, but it's real. It's very true.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. You had an opportunity to examine a lot of your cornerback depth last week or two. I'm interested in your thoughts, especially about Rochelle and Childress and Matt.
Okay. Well, Christian's the newest one. But again, he was with Flus and understands that. Rochelle's actually made some plays. When we worked him out, we loved his size, Brad, and I love the veteran experience. So he's doing a nice job with some of the things we have. He's working mostly boundary corner because he's a big physical guy, and that's what you want in a boundary corner. And then the one that's probably being taxed the most and doing a good job with it is Ian, because he's playing some nickel and he's having to move back into safeties in some roles and things like that. But another guy with the football instincts jump off the film at you. And when you talk to him and you ask him about the things we're trying to do on defense, he's got the immediate answer. And again, what you look forward to from the preseason is watching these guys tackle. Right now when we're in pads, we're thudding off, but, big part of this defense is no house guests and you got to tackle. And so I think that's going to be the biggest thing that we're going to figure out when we go up Saturday against the Rams is, who are the guys that can get people on the ground and do the things we want in that regard. But all three of those guys are getting great opportunities and maximizing their reps.
Can they help themselves in terms of moving up the chart when you get ready to put the final 53 together?
Always. Always. We're always looking for competition, and if a guy plays well, then you'll see them move up. So let's say, most of our racks are like ones go first, then the twos go, then the ones go, then the twos and threes kind of go. So you'll see those guys maybe, if you notice them in the second group, which would be after the first ones, be the twos, you'll see guys move into those spots if there's things that we see that we like and that they're doing the right way and they're playing the game the right way. We're certainly going to reward them.
Edwarder, WFAA. Regarding Micah, what's lost in terms of the value I would assume he brings in terms of taking reps against your offensive linemen, your tackles, getting to block against one of the great rushers in the league, and just him coordinating with, stunts and so forth with new teammates?
Yeah, I think the first one that jumps off the film is probably that, challenging our young tackles. And, of course, you wanted to see Guyton and Micah last year, and then Tyler had the setback. And, going up against, T. Steele or going up against Nate Thomas, that speed and all that stuff, that's part of the competition that we talk about, And so that's the first thing. In terms of the scheme fit and us moving Micah around and all that stuff, we can get those things done in walkthroughs. We can get those things done in talk through. We can emphasize those things. And, it's more selfishly for us from an offensive standpoint is not having that elite speed edge rusher coming off the corner. But Donovan's done a great job. Dante Fowler's having an incredible camp. So it's not like we're short of guys that have elite speed coming off the edge and bending corners.
Dan Greenspan, Associate Press. Brian, in the couple of weeks I've been out here, I've noticed the way you talk about competition, there's a lot of carryover, even down to some of the verbiage between you and Pete Carroll. Why does it seem like your time with Pete was really influential in that part of your footballing identity now?
Yeah, I just think, when I first got there and Pete gave me an opportunity to go there as the coordinator, there was so many things. So I've always carried around little notebooks, and I just make notes about things that I like and don't like. And okay, when I get an opportunity to be a head coach, I'm going to do this. But I'd never been around anybody like Pete. Jeff was a fun-loving players coach. Rex was a wild man in a good way. Eric Mangini was very much like, Coach Belichick. My dad was certainly, a certain way. I chuckle about that one. But I just think, when I watched Pete and I was sitting in the meetings, and whether that was a staff meeting or a team meeting, there was just so many things that I was like, I do believe that. And from day one, Pete said to me, he goes, Schott, I say this, and I mean it. He goes, you're a football savant. He goes, football just makes sense to you. And it really does. Football comes easy to me. I'm sure it's because I've grown up around the game, but it just comes easy to me. I say that humbly. That was Pete's words. He goes, but do you really know what you believe in? Like, he challenged me. I think it was the very first day he hired me. He said, do you really know what you believe in and what a practice should look like and what the identity of your defense should look like and, what's the practice going to look like? And I kind of paused and I was like, man, I can't answer that right now. I guess I don't know. And so I just love that he really invested in me. And, so I was hooked, and I was listening. I don't do everything that Pete does, but I was captured. I was captured by the way he coaches, his energy, the competition. I've always been a competitor. Whether I'm good at something or not, I'm going to try to find a way to win. I don't always find a way to win, but I'm going to try. And so I think he caught me at the right time.
One kind of cool thing we can do is turn on our little light show here just to kind of give you a sense of how things are moving.
All right, we've made it to about the 16-minute mark. Max will come and see if who's in here and get some comments in. All right, got 186 up in here. Let's go. Let's see who else is in here and see if we can get some comments going. Hey, Antoine Jones, boy, you had me rolling. I caught you last night, Antoine Jones, when you told me that not go take that Boys to Men outfit off. I caught you last night, Antoine Jones, on the way out. All right, let's get some people in here, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We are listening to the Brian Schottenheimer interview. Jay Legend, he said Jerry Jones may have offered Michael Parsons $200 million. Man, if you listen to Jerry Jones, that's what he did offer him. Yeah, I mean, and if he didn't, it was close to it. My man Poopy D up in this thing got my back. What's going on? Sean Springer said, here we go, ninjas, what up? Mike 405, yes, sir. Mike 405, what's going on with you? Poopy D said you trying to get rid of Deuce. Now, Poopy D, not trying to get rid of Deuce. But Poopy D, we got to be honest, man. We know doggone well that Jerry Jones did this because Deuce Vaughn's father works on this staff. Poopy D, come on, man. Deuce Vaughn been here how many years? And while I know Mike McCarthy's system is still as toast West Coast offense, I'm sorry. Deuce never fit in there. I mean, if Deuce Vaughn is playing on your offense, I mean, you got to really get some specialized stuff for him. And now that we have Jaden Blue, why do you need Deuce Vaughn? I just don't see where he fits. Let him go somewhere else and see if he can fit somewhere else, because the only thing we're doing is holding him back. If this kid is really talented, we're holding him back. There will not be enough snaps to go around for Deuce Vaughn. And again, Poobie D, your best ability is your availability. Man, Brian can tell me anything he want to. I just don't think Duke's gonna make it, man. It don't even make logical sense anymore. I just don't think he's gonna make it. Anthony Beck, appreciate that subscription. Yes, sir. Poobie D, Maffa will make this team. That's who I'm rooting for. Hard, boy. I'm rooting hard for that dude. Because he looks like another DeMarco Murray in the making to me. Anthony Beck, he said, I don't care if Deuce Vaughn's dad is one of the scouts. See? Beck is already here. He said he shouldn't be playing over Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa. Man, I can't, man. I can't. 5 points to the star was good. Hey, Poobie D, I'm with you. Stop the Michael questions. Bro, I'm with you on this. Stop the Michael questions. And the reason why I think they need to stop Poobie D, they're too divisive. The Michael Parsons conversation is very, very divisive. I mean, you got people in the Cowboys community. You got Dez Bryant and Nicki Minaj going back and forth. I mean, this thing is divisive, man. And I'm sorry, Jerry didn't cause this. When Michael released that letter, it got nuts. So for me, hey, let's let this go. It'll get done when it get done. And it's going to get done, I believe. Miss Matrix in the house, what's going on? The thing is, it's like Jerry hasn't offered Michael like $200 million guaranteed. Mikey, say it. I'm telling us. Agents are like how brokers are in the truck driving industry. Whoa, Johnny Woods, say it. Somebody's got to do something about him, though. And this ain't just about Michael Parsons. I'm telling you, these teams' eyes are on Jerry Jones right now. The owner for the Cleveland Browns failed. And a lot of people don't understand. When you give a player a contract that doesn't pay off, you don't fail that player. You fail your team. The Cleveland Browns failed their team with that Deshaun Watson mess. And it is like a bad cloud over them. Cleveland Brown, the Browns, people talk about Jerry, please stop it. The Cleveland Browns, man, it's a trash show. This man, Deshaun Watson's cloud is still looming over that team with that contract. This is the last year of it. But this dude is still talking about coming back and causing the ruckus, talking about he want to play. Crazy to me. Crazy to me. All right, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I see you in here, Pure Gaming, USMC. Alfredo Morales, my man in here. What's going on with you? Again, Antoine Jones, you had me laughing with that Poster Big comment last night. Dak owns filthy. C-Base up in here. What's going on? Jamal Burton, what up? John Wiggins, what's going on? Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. My man, the Big Rumbowski. Finding ways to win. I'd argue that mentality has been missing in the coaching room since the days of Jimmy. The Big Rumbowski. This man is shaping up to be the best coach since Jimmy. But we got to get it on the field. I got to see what it look like. Lead time. What's going on? And it looks like we're not going to see it as much because he's just said they're not going to show a whole lot to the Rams. But, boy, I'm going to tell you this. Boy, if you want to talk about a test, that Rams defensive line is crazy. Unlucky in here. What up? He said you need a short yellow bus with Deuce. Man, I'm telling you. Hey, don't hate on Deuce. I just think that they have gotten him to the point to where it don't make sense now. And unfortunately, they did it at a time where you didn't have the coach to do what you needed to do. But now that you have the coach, it don't make sense because of the players that you have. But again, I'll greet some more people as they come in. All right, let's get this thing going again. Brian Schottenheimer.
Mike Leslie, WFA. The number 3 receiver position, how have you seen that competition play out? Is that mostly Mingo and Tolbert in your mind? I imagine Turpin's got a role in that too, but his role is different. Is that mostly Mingo and Tolbert?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to roll guys through in that spot. I mean, Turp obviously is different. We all know that. Mingo's having a great camp. I mean, Tolbert is, he doesn't get noticed sometimes, but he just goes out there and does a great job in every phase. And the run blocking, in the receiving element. He just does everything right. So those three guys, if you were putting a depth chart out there today, they'd probably be the guys getting the first crack at it. But again, I want to see, Ryan Flournoy. I want to see Jalen Brooks. I want to see those guys continue to compete. We got some young guys that we're excited about. And, but at the end of the day, if you were trying to finalize a roster, which we're not, we're a long way from doing that, those would probably be the first couple names that go into that spot. But we're gonna be multiple. We're gonna have running backs that play in receiver spots and tight ends that play in receiver spots and linemen that play in tight end spots, and that's all part of our DNA as an offense.
Now I want you to notice they're very big on Jalen Tolbert. I believe if you would have pressed Brian Schottenheimer right now, he would have said that Jalen Tolbert is the number 3. Because when he talked about all three of them, and this is why I said people need to hear what he said about Jalen Tolbert. When he talked about those other receivers, Brian is saying, we're noticing all the little things that Jalen Tolbert is doing. That Jalen isn't just about catching and all the, because we've seen some very good plays from these other wide receivers. And we're going to see a great play today from Jalen Tolbert. I got a great play today from Jalen Tolbert. But he's saying they like the fact that Jalen Tolbert seems to improve year over year. And so the Cowboys, it seems like they're saying that he hasn't hit his ceiling. And so he keeps on climbing and he keeps on climbing. And so they like his work ethic. Now they're talking about his blocking in the run game. Okay, that's one of them things that I heard people were saying that he needs to work on. So he just said that he goes unnoticed, but he's also saying, you think about some of these guys that have went unnoticed. I talked about this, 2 other players that have went unnoticed. And the reason why they have went so unnoticed is because they've been doing everything right. Cooper Beebe, DaRon Bland. There's been no talk about DaRon Bland. There's been no talk about Cooper Beebe. But they're just out there just doing everything right. And the guys who are trying to make the team, you're watching them flash because of that urgency. But these other guys, they're not flashing. They're being consistent because they're being consistent and just staying diligent. And so while we're looking, and see, this is why people have to be very careful, because if you go into, see, the coaches have to look at this stuff different, and I'm sure everybody knows this. See, we're looking for our favorite player. We're looking for the player we want to flash. We want Trayshawn Holden to flash because people were already talking about Trayshawn Holden. We want Trayshawn Holden to flash. But the coaches aren't looking for the flashers. They're looking for the light. They're looking for the consistency. They're looking for, when we're looking at tape, who is the guy down in, down out, consistently doing his job? Consistently doing his job. Who are those guys? Because those guys are going to be the anchors. Those other guys that flash, you can put them in some of the multiples. You can put them in some of the different looks. You can use them in spots, in situations. They'll be in some of that stuff. But you're not looking for the flashers when you're talking about your anchors. You're looking for the consistency. And so what Brian Schottenheimer just explained to us about Jalen Tolbert, consistency. Okay, I've seen him drop. I've seen him. I've kind of noticed just on the plays they've shown, the separation hasn't been quite there. He hasn't caught a couple of the contested ones. But Brian knows better than me. He's seeing more than me. They're watching way more. Man, I'm just watching what dudes I'm sure are posting from cell phones. Brian knows better than me, and they seem to like Jalen Tolbert.
Tomorrow, I imagine you guys probably have settled on a lot of this, probably not tackling to the ground, things like that.
Correct.
Where would you evaluate, how close to full game speed do you expect tomorrow to look?
It'll be fast. I mean, it's going to be fast. And again, it's going to be because, there's going to be some nuances, some blitzes we haven't seen, some route concepts the defense hasn't seen. And,
And this is why they're going to be fighting tomorrow. You watch what I tell you. This is why they're going to be fighting tomorrow. because the Rams are now going to be playing at a speed that they haven't actually been playing at. The Cowboys are going to be playing at a speed the Rams haven't been playing each other with, at least I assume. So this is why there's going to be fighting tomorrow, because guys are going to be getting hit a little bit harder. They're going to be getting hit a little bit harder than they've been getting hit by their own players. Oh, it's going to get chippy tomorrow. I'm excited. It's going to get chippy, and I do expect quite a few scraps.
Sean and his staff, Chris Shula and LaFleur, those guys they're awesome. We've competed against them over the last couple of years, and they're a really good football team. And
the defensive line.
We think that we'll match their intensity. We think it's going to be no different for us in terms of how we practice. That's what we want. Like, quite honestly, I almost didn't have a joint practice just because of the fact that you're like, hey, if we practice the right way, then why do I need to go practice against anybody else? But then when you start talking about the scheme fit and stuff, Mike, it's like, well, I do need a little bit of scheme, flexibility.
Yeah, you need to play
3-4 defenses and things like that. And but it was something that we took into account. We were like, you know what, worked really well last year, and Sean's easy to work with his staff. So, but I'll be disappointed if the tempo changes, quite honestly.
It's going to ramp up.
We should practice that way today.
Jeff Gold with Fox 4. When you think about your life routine outside of football time, when workday ends before the next one begins, how much, if anything, has changed about that now as the head coach, and are you sleeping more or less or the same?
Good question. The phone rings a lot more probably than it did when I was a coordinator. There's things that come up at all hours of the day and the night and all that stuff. But, I'm a grinder. I work a lot of hours. I'm more of a night owl. I'm not a 4 a.m. guy. I know Sean is. Sean's a 3:15, 3:45 guy. He and I have laughed about that a little bit. I'm more of a 1 o'clock in the morning type guy. I mean, that's kind of me. I guess I was born at 4:15 in the morning, so I could think that maybe has something to do with it. But look, when I get a chance to get away, I try to turn it off and be around the people I care about, which is my wife and my kids and my family. But it hasn't changed me very much. I just sleep doesn't bother me, or lack thereof.
Brianna Aldridge, CBS News Texas. When you're looking at a guy like Trayshawn Holden, who's a young guy, but he seems to be getting a lot of eyes on him right now. He's making some splash plays. What have you seen from him? And when it's a guy running mostly with the twos, what are you looking for specifically when you bring another team in here?
Say that last part.
What are you looking for from a guy like him who's taking reps with the twos when another team comes in here?
Yeah, well, again, number one, we were really excited when we got Trayshawn as an undrafted free agent. We had some inside information into him because of Junior Adams being with him. The ability to make plays that you see out there, whether it's catching the in cut the other day.
So now our theory is proven. Yes, it was the guy that used to be the coach with him is one of the reasons why he got a chance.
He caught a deep cross yesterday. He's just showing up every day, and I think that's what you want to see. What you don't want to see is a guy has a great day, and then the next day and the next day, those next 2 days, he's quiet. And he doesn't
consistency.
Make any plays. He muffed a handoff. It was our fault as coaches because we didn't ball handle it, but he muffed a little sweep that we had around the corner, and he still went for about 25 yards. But the consistency, if you see a guy that's doing it day in and day out, then you are earning those opportunities. If a guy has one great practice and then the next day he disappears, or he's got 2 or 3 mental errors, then you're not earning the opportunity to get more reps with the twos. And he's a guy that has been pretty consistent. I mean, I can think of really 3 plays in the past 2 days alone that he's made that jump off the film. A touchdown in the move the ball period, and then the 2 plays I mentioned earlier, the deep cross, and then the muffed,
and he's got another one today.
He had. But he also asks a lot of questions. He really is curious. And I love players that are curious. They want to know the whys. They want to know, okay, why did we do that? Why would we check that? Why are we alerting that? And it shows you that they're dialed into what we're trying to do and want to understand it on a much more comprehensive level.
Well, just in Dallas Cowboys TV, when you have a running back room where everyone's stacking good days and also showing some versatility, whether it's in pass pro or in the receiving game as well, how hard is it for you in terms of evaluating that room?
Well, it's exciting, one, because you feel like, okay, we got a really competitive room. When you look at it, I've always said it, this is part of the process, but the real process starts, when we start playing games where they're trying to get tackled, and there's blitzers that are actually trying to get to the quarterback. Right now we're dealing with the quarterback halo. The quarterbacks have the red jerseys on, and so when the blitzers come, they engage, but they don't, try to run through them. So I'm really excited about the room. Again, the guy I probably haven't talked about enough that shows up every day now is Phil Maffa. Phil is a guy that, when he moves, it's very smooth, very fluid. His vision is excellent. And so he's a guy that I didn't really have much of a feel for in the spring because I didn't see him do much. And now over the past, whatever it's been, 2 weeks of camp, week and a half of camp, there's something like Trayshawn that we're asking him, talking about. He shows up every day with some really, really positive plays that get you excited.
And see, that's what I tell you, like when I get these plays from X, there are people who are looking for certain things. And I understand it. They can't look for everything, but they're looking for certain things. And because they're looking for certain things, there are things that they're not catching. And so one of the things that people are not catching a whole lot of is Phil Maffa. And he's saying, but Phil Maffa is making a lot of positive plays. I got a play, I think, or two of them today, but for the most part, there's not people getting a lot of film of him. But I'm telling you, I am very excited about Phil Maffa. I am ecstatic about this guy. I think he could be the bell cow type of back that the Cowboys are really looking for.
We're about a month out almost for the start of the season. How would you assess how you've been able to handle everything from us to getting practice done, calling plays, dealing with this trade thing, everything of that nature?
Now, you guys are the worst for sure. I mean, I just step up here in a bad mood every day having to talk to you guys because you guys are so unfair. I just live in the moment. I really do. This is something I've thought about, dreamed about my entire life. Is it different? Not really. It's kind of what I thought it would be. I've been around the game. I've sat in a head coach's office from the time I was a little boy. As a coordinator, you sit in the head coach's office and you're involved in a lot of the big conversations. You don't have the final authority like, you do when you sit in this chair. But it really, I don't look too far ahead. We got a lot of work to do. That's why I said, Tommy asked the question, like, what are you looking forward to game week? To me, this isn't a game week. This is a chance for the Cowboys to get better today and tomorrow, and I'll be disappointed if we don't do that. So I don't approach Monday different than how I'll approach Thursday or Saturday during, preseason and training camp. I kind of look at them all the same way, and but I'd be lying if I didn't say I look forward to the chance to go play real football, and I look forward to that on Saturday against the Rams.
We see Joe Milton make some wow plays with his arm and things. Where is he on the boring, mundane stuff that QBS can do?
He's doing really well. The arm is very evident. You would not, you can't miss the arm strength. The biggest thing for Joe right now, has been, I would say, when they cover our top 2 or 3 progressions, where's the outlet? Where's your check down? Like, he's such a aggressive hunter, man. Like, he's hunting up the big end or the deep cross. And if, Flus and them do a great job of punching out and getting depth and forcing the ball underneath. And there's a few times where you're like, man, I'd love for you to get that ball to the check down underneath, because when you throw the ball underneath in zone and they're punching out, right, the quicker you get that to the underneath receiver, the more time he has to run, the more time he has to create with the ball in his hands. The longer you wait, the linebackers and underneath safeties kind of settle their feet, and then they're ready to point, punch, and drive. And so that's probably the number one thing. When we pop 1 or 2 open, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's really more when, okay, they took this away. Oh, they took that away. Now where's your 2? Where's your 3? And I think that's where he's just got to be more consistent.
So let's make that into Goo Gaga. Let's break this down. Goo Gaga. Joe Milton has to learn how to play quarterback. And if you look at his scouting report, it's still the same. Flash plays. What are flash plays? If I'm a quarterback, the flash play are the deep throws. The deep throws. The deep outs. The comebacks, the post patterns, the fly routes. I'm hitting those why? Because everybody talks about his arm. Let me tell y'all something. Tom Brady? Ask anybody if Tom Brady had a strong arm. Ask anybody. Ask anybody if Troy Aikman had a strong arm. Ask anybody. You ever notice all these quarterbacks that people say stuff like, man, they can throw it a mile? Rarely do we talk about those quarterbacks winning Super Bowls. Rarely do we talk about it. Nobody finds it strange. Josh Allen, the golden boy. People say he could throw the ball a mile. How many Super Bowls has he won so far? The Buffalo Bills are loading up around this dude because they're trying to figure out what is the combination that can get this dude a Super Bowl and that can get them a Super Bowl. This is why when people first started talking about Joe Milton, I watched Joe Milton play at Tennessee, and I thought he was, whenever I would watch him, I'd be like, hey, this guy's pretty good. But there's a reason why he went in the 6th round, and nobody wants to accept this. There's a reason why he went in the 6th round. I think it was the 6th or the 7th round. There's a reason why he went so late. There's a reason why that when he came available, we got to stop thinking that the Cowboys are the smartest people in the room and they got some intuition that other people don't have. If Joe Milton was what people say he is when we started talking about him as far as Dallas Cowboy fans, I was laughing. You know, Michael Irvin was talking about, don't go down, Dak. Now, y'all know I love Michael Irvin. He's my favorite Cowboy of all time. Come on, man. Don't go down, Dak. Yeah, don't go down, Dak, because if Dak goes down, we're going to be struggling for the rest of the season. Joe Milton, as it pertains to arm strength, his arm strength is probably better than Dak Prescott's. And not only better than Dak Prescott's, probably better than a lot of guys in the league. But he's not a better quarterback than Dak Prescott. And whether people accept it or not, he wasn't a better quarterback than the kid in New England. He wasn't a better quarterback. He had better attributes. Bigger, check. Faster, probably, check. Stronger arm, yeah, check. Flash plays, okay, yeah, check. But when you're talking about playing quarterback, man, we better recognize those plays are actually far and in between. A lot of times those plays are actually more far and in between than people actually realize. One of the most electrifying quarterbacks I've ever seen in my lifetime is Michael Vick. And Joe Milton ain't even in that same class. I mean, Michael Vick, man, it was the Michael, and some people have tried to do that here, talking about, yeah, man, the Joe Milton experience. Man, shut up. Shut up. There is no Joe Milton experience. And all the stuff people were saying about him, they were hyping him up. Yeah, we're going to see this, and we're going to see this. In actuality, what we have seen in Joe Milton III is a quarterback that's a little bit better than Trey Lance. And I don't even think some people have said Joe Milton is what they wanted Trey Lance to be. No, I don't believe that. Because it seemed like to me that the Joneses didn't want Trey Lance to be even what Joe Milton is. The Joneses wanted Trey Lance to be that number one quarterback that they gave up all those draft picks for over in San Francisco. They wanted him to be a show enough, out the box, top 10 level performing quarterback. I mean, I really think this is what some people were expecting. And it's the same thing with Joe Milton. People have heaped all these expectations about Joe Milton this and Joe Milton that. And honestly, Dak Prescott has played so well that you're hearing to me exactly what you should be hearing. Okay, we already know He's fitting his scouting report. Strong arm, yep, check. Big quarterback, check. But even now, even Machota said when he, I think it was either him or Nick Harris. I think it was Nick Harris said, well, when I saw them side by side, I was like, hold on a second. He's actually not that much bigger than Dak Prescott. And as a matter of fact, he don't look, when you see him, you're like, okay, maybe he's not that much bigger than Dak. It's not like how everybody was projecting it. Like, for example, anybody who ever saw Cam Newton, Cam Newton is a physical specimen. I'm telling us there's a reason why Cam Newton for about 3 years was the most dominant player in the league. Physical specimen, Greek god, I'm telling you. But Joe Milton, I said it before, I say it again. It's no hate on Joe Milton. Joe Milton needs development. Dak Prescott has got to stay healthy the next 3 seasons. He has got to stay healthy. Dak Prescott gives this team the best chance to win. And again, Brian Schottenheimer, I appreciate the honesty. He's basically saying, no, man, Joe Milton needs work. Joe Milton needs work. Calm down. Calm down. There is no controversy. There's nothing close to it. Calm down. And I'm going to tell you this. If the Cowboys let Will Grier get on that field, I'm telling you, if they let Will Grier get on that field, Will Grier is going to give Joe Milton everything he can handle. Will Grier will give Joe Milton everything he can handle, because in this league, it's not about the guy who can throw the farthest. It's not about the guy who can run the fastest. When you're talking about quarterback, who can play quarterback the best? That's the reason why you don't see where a lot of these running quarterbacks win the Super Bowl. You don't see it. Russell Wilson didn't run the Seattle Seahawks to a Super Bowl. They had beast mode back there. He didn't run them to a Super Bowl. Let Russ cook. That was well after all that stuff. So again, Joe Milton, good. He's progressing. And we're going to see him in the preseason. And it's not going to be like it was on Trey Lance, because they were blowing this Trey Lance stuff out of proportion. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. We're going to see exactly what Joe Milton is for the most part, I think, in the preseason. He's gonna flash because he's a talented athlete. He's a talented athlete. But there's a way to thwart talented athletes, especially when you're talking about quarterback. The quarterback is about processing information, understanding the looks, understanding, what everybody is doing. And exactly what Brian is saying. Okay, when they take away 1 and 2, I'm going to go to the 3. If they take it to 1, 2, and the 3, okay, I'm going to go to my safety valve. Or I'm going to go to the tight. I'm going to go to the 4 of my tight end. But Joe Milton is in the mode of, and Brian is saying this without saying it, the mode Joe Milton is in is 1 read, 2 read, you give me 3, I'm out of here. I'm running. And then every time I drop back to pass, I want the big play. I want the play that shows off my arm strength, my arm talent. That's not playing quarterback. When you start talking about measurables and attributes, I don't think you can have anything less than Tom Brady. Wasn't built like a Greek god, wasn't even built like a football player for the most part. I mean, you see Tom Brady on the streets, you wouldn't even believe he played football. Probably believe he was a supermodel, but you wouldn't believe he played football. Didn't have the strongest arm. We know he was immobile. But his level of accuracy, his ability to process information, his ability to stay calm, his ability to understand every look, it's a reason why he's a championship quarterback. So, again, Joe Milton, no hate on him. I've been saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it. Joe Milton needs to develop. He needs to develop. He didn't get a lot of reps in college either, contrary to what people think. He didn't get a lot of reps either. He needs more reps. The Cowboys are going to give him his reps in preseason, and I think they're going to try to fast track him, but I hope they don't just say, you're the number 2 quarterback. Man, let Will Grier challenge. let Will Greer challenge. And I think this is one of the reasons why they're giving him all the snaps now. So many of these snaps is because they think he needs them rather than some people are saying they're just shutting Will Greer out. They did the same thing with Cooper Rush, with Trey Lance. Cooper Rush wound up being the two. So we'll see what happens.
Last one, Nick.
Have you made any decisions as far as Dak and the starters go for Saturday?
We have a head start, but no, we haven't finalized it yet. We'll meet as a staff tonight, and we'll have a little bit more information for you in the next couple of days. But like I said, focusing in the moment and getting ready to have a hell of a practice today. Thanks, guys.
I don't believe for a second that Dak Prescott is playing.
Drunk and smoking.
I do not believe Dak Prescott will play the first game. I just don't think the Cowboys, I don't think Jerry will let him do it. I'm pretty sure Brian may even be trying to talk Jerry into doing it. But I'm pretty sure even from a medical perspective, I'm sure Dak Prescott is not. Let me come to your comments now. I am sure Dak Prescott will not be starting. Dak Prescott will not be playing in this game. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe Dak is playing for a second. All right, let's go here. Let's go. Got a couple more comments about Deuce Vaughn. Edward Joe said Deuce averaged 4.7 yards in preseason last year, which was the highest amongst running backs. He needs a chance. Antoine Jones, I'm sorry, brother. Jaden Blue is on my team. For every time I give Deuce Vaughn a snap, that's a snap I don't give Jaden Blue, who is more explosive than Deuce Vaughn. No, thank you. But hey, you're entitled to your opinion on this too. No problem for me, but no. C-Base, Deuce has had opportunities, not many, but he's had some and he didn't shine. The blocking was there. And again, is he going to play this week? I don't think he is. I don't think he plays this week. He's having some hamstring issues. Your best ability is availability. And I don't care what anybody's saying. They be like, yeah, man, when a player goes down, it gives us the opportunity to look at another player. Let that player come in, especially when you start talking about running back. Shoot, I don't think there's a position on the field that you can lose your job at than running back. Man, you can lose your job at running back with a blink of an eye. Man, a guy step up in there and start clowning at the running back position. Shoot, he'll be cutting into your reps. Next thing you know, you out. Freddie Moon Jr., he said, lots of live shows tonight, but this is the place to be. Appreciate you. He said, shout out to AOC. Hey, I'm telling you, same thing here. I'm telling you. Shoot, man, I'm telling you, running back is one of them doggone positions. They'll take your spot quick. Christopher said a small back with a power line is perfect. Joe Morris with the Giants, for example. They have never given him a real chance. Well, I agree with you. The problem is, but you didn't have Jaden Blue. Deuce Vaughn's don't match with Jaden Blue. I'm just telling this. He don't match. He don't match with Jaden Blue. I'm telling this, Jaden Blue got a different gear, man. Jaden Blue got a different, he got a different gear. What up, Cowboys Nation 600? Five points to the star. He said, use Deuce as a backup return man. And I actually think they attempted that. I don't think it worked out. I don't even think that worked out for him. C-Base said a return man is perfect for Deuce Vaughn, not running back. We'll see. We will see. The Big Ron Bowski, he said, I think we'll see more from the ones tomorrow control scrimmage. Yes. Then we'll see in the first preseason game. I'm not going to be surprised you don't even see none of the ones in the first preseason game. Other than maybe Tyler Booker, because he probably needs the experience. Hope we can get some better camera angles from tomorrow's scrimmage. Me too. Christopher says, so the other back were killing it with all that blocking. Christopher, you talking about last year? I'm going to tell you now, they really messed themselves up with Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle was killing it. I was standing on the table for Rico Dowdle the whole season. The Cowboys should have came out game one, Rico Dowdle being the starter. Game one. Rico Dowdle had what? How many yards he have? Somewhere around 12 or 13? Be 12 or 1,300? 12 or 1,300. How supposed they had good blocking and they are not fixing the line? Yeah, and again, Rico Dowdle. Let's think about what you're saying, Christopher. Rico Dowdle, without quote-unquote good blocking, Rico Dowdle was killing it. Rico Dowdle, I'm telling you, he got shortchanged. I would have rather had, and again, no hate on the running backs that we have, but the running backs that they went and got, man, you could have kept Rico Dowdle and brought in Jaden Blue. See, Bay said they were not killing it. It's an entire new conversation. You said that Deuce didn't have blockers. I just showed you how he did. And also, Rico Dowdle did his thing. He really did. The real estate vet, he said he talking too much. Let the league see what he doing instead of warning. Don't tell him, man, you're about to cut him before you bring out the... Yeah, man. I feel you, real estate vet. And I think that's one of the reasons why Brian is saying that he is not going to show a whole lot in preseason. All right, let's see here. Do we have breaking news? YouTube user 52 said Parsons just got paid. C-Bay said stop lying. C-Bay said stop lying. Big and Pop Parsons straight to watch the Commanders fail. Hey, we're going to talk about that in a moment. We're going to talk about it in a moment for sure. Got a whole little segment we're going to do on that. Antoine Jones, Tolbert tough, just can't stumble in routes, and Bland is getting cooked this training camp. Is he really? Okay, hadn't heard that. All right, let's see here. Let me get a little bit further down, then we're going to go to our next couple of segments. Also, I'm going to check, see if there's anything new that's coming out. Somebody just, YouTube 52 just came in and tried to talk about this man, Michael just got paid. Lisa Worley, what up? She said, I think we're holding Will Greer back. I agree. Will Greer back. He's always at the bottom of the list. And let Greer play in the preseason and see what his potential is. Lisa Worley, if they let Will Greer out on that field, I'm telling you, Will Greer can play quarterback. Will Greer can play quarterback, I'm telling you. Rombowski, he said, don't forget, G, it's about the quarterback willing to do the film work to know what they're looking at pre-snap too. Brady, Peyton, Breeze were the best at it, and they were not the best athletes. You don't have to be a great athlete to be a quarterback. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if there was a quarterback that should have won the Super Bowl for being a great athlete, if Michael Vick is the most exciting quarterback I've ever seen as it applies to just what he could do when he would tuck and run, and sometimes when he would tuck, scramble, and throw on the run, Michael Vick was the Michael Vick experience. Shoot. Man, I'm telling you, Cam Newton for about 3 years was the most powerful. He was the most powerful force I'd seen. That boy Cam Newton, boy, you want to talk about put a team on your back. Woo, boy. Poopy D said, man, Dak not playing nothing but goldfish, man. I hate to say it, but I agree. That is all he gonna do is play goldfish. They letting that man play absolutely nothing. I don't think they're going to let that man play nothing. The Cowboys are going to be very careful about Dak Prescott. Dustin Roberts said, and you're making a very good point right here, Dustin, Deuce Vaughn can run the ball, but that's all he can do. Yeah, because when you put him on the field, he's either a decoy or you giving him the ball. Because I don't see where he helps you in any kind of pass blocking, stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So, all right, let's see here. While we're talking, let me see if there's some breaking news. YouTuber, one of our YouTubers said that Michael got paid. Shoot, Michael get paid. It'll broke the internet today. But I think Jerry is telling everybody that I think Jerry is telling everybody that he's going to pay Michael when he wants to pay him. And now I'm seeing this story. That someone just mentioned, that it is being reported that Jerry offered Michael Parsons 5 years, $200 million guaranteed. Okay. So that's $40 million a year. which, did I not tell y'all yesterday? Did I not say if it was me, I wouldn't care about any of these other numbers? The only thing I would be caring about is the guaranteed money. And what did I tell you? Give me what? $140 million over 4 years. Yeah, just give me $140 million over 4 years. I don't even care about this other stuff. Give me $140 million over 4 years. As a matter of fact, give me a guaranteed $140 million and give me a $40 million signing bonus. That way you can stretch the other $20 million out and kind of prorate the signing bonus and really ease up the hit on this, or however we're going to do it. And $200 million over 5 years. By the time you got to the third year of Michael Parsons' contract, $40 million probably wouldn't be nothing for an edge rusher. $40 million wouldn't be nothing for an edge rusher. But I can tell you this. It ain't my money. You can give Mike Parsons whatever you want to. You've already decided you're going to overpay him. I can tell you this, and we'll get back to this as we come to this later on. I can tell you this. They better not mess up and give him a no-trade clause. Shh. Do not give Michael Parsons a no-trade clause. Do not put yourself in that headlock. I'm telling you, it will be a huge mistake. All right, so it looks like there are some player interviews going on, some player interviews. So let's go over here to DallasCowboys.com. We got about 4 player interviews. Maybe there could be a couple of more up. Let's see. Okay, so there are a couple of more up. Malik Hooker is up. But what we're going to do, we're going to kind of go along with our regular schedule. So I do want to hear from Marshawn Nealon. So we're going to listen to the Marshawn Nealon interview. It's only 5 minutes.
Marshawn, at this point in camp, second training camp, what do you feel the biggest difference is at this point versus this point last year?
Just being able to come in, obviously understanding the game, just being able to develop and not have to worry about, all the things that come with being a rookie. Just being able to focus on football and fully focus on football, I think is a huge thing, just compared to here to last year.
One of the biggest things that was a credit to you coming into the NFL was your ability to set the edge and stop the run. But what we're seeing over the course of training camp, we're seeing you interception, PBUs and coverage, near interceptions, but also getting after the quarterback. What does it say about your versatility to this point?
Just being able to, move around. The more you can do, the better you're going to be. I think, obviously, just working on this year, this offseason, I've been a lot of, getting my knee back, obviously, from last year. And just being able to be healthy, be able to come off the ball, utilize my hands. Since, obviously, my leg was down, I was doing a lot of hand fighting, a lot of hand stuff to, try to make up for that. But now we're coming back and, going to be better.
How hard is it to go from one scheme to another in your first 2 years in the league, or has the transition been pretty easy?
It's been pretty easy. Just growing up, I've always been told, you got to have a short memory if you play this game. So, because things change all the time. So, just going from last year to this year, you kind of just, get in your head, you kind of wipe out everything because it's a different scheme and don't remember anything from last year so that you can be able to come in here and any words that may have crossed over, you can be like, okay, this is this year's stuff. So, yeah.
Not to mention, Matt Eberflus's defensive philosophy is way different than Mike Zimmer's. Matt Eberflus gives you one assignment. That's it. Everything else, it's on you. That way he allows the player to control what he's doing. You only have one assignment. You'll know how they always say, you only had one job to do. That's what Eberflus does. He gives you one job. The rest of it is on you. One job, the rest is on you.
All that movement that you referenced earlier, how are you particularly suited if you think you are?
Can you say that one more time?
The movement along the line and you go in different places, how do you think that suits you and your game?
I think that's going to be huge for me because I've always been a guy that's been able to go inside, be outside, rush from all around. I think it's going to be huge to be able to have the freedom to stand up, move around, kind of just keep guys on their toes and not knowing where I'm going to go, what gap I'm going to hit. Obviously being as flexible, as mobile as I am, that's a huge thing for me.
And I'm gonna tell you this, Marshawn Nealon is really the DeMarcus Lawrence replacement, but he might be a better. We may wake up one day and say this dude is a better pass rusher than DeMarcus Lawrence. D-Law was really good rushing the passer early on, and then he kind of turned more into a run stopper as time went on. But the move this guy put on Nate Thomas, I showed you the other day, he can rush the passer a little bit too.
What are you seeing from Ezraku so far?
I love it. He got a really great pass rush abilities, and he come down, he set the edge. He gonna be real good for us, for sure.
When you look at the depth in this defensive end room, I mean, you got impact veterans still in their prime like Dante Fowler, obviously Michael Parsons, but then you come down to like you guys, your second year as Rockwell rookie. What can you say about the depth of the ability of the Cowboys to be able to just send waves of edge rushers?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to be able to have not a great drop off from the older guys to the younger guys, or the young guys to the older guys. I feel like it was all that we're trying to match each other. Like one day, I might go out there, have it's just practice, but like have 2 sacks. Then okay, now everybody hype. Now somebody else get a sack. Now somebody else get a sack, and it kind of just steamrolling. Now all of us are out here making plays. It's not like just one person is doing everything and we trying to catch up to that. You know what I mean? It's everybody that's going to be able to, come around.
Have you thought about the possibility of Micah not being here, being traded?
Why ask this young man this? This man ain't.
I mean, yeah. Obviously, that's my dog. I love him, and I want him to make. Obviously, hope he could stay. That's my dog, but I don't want to say too much about it because obviously it's not in my hands. But we love him here and want the best for him.
Obviously, you want Micah to be out here, but with him not, do you feel like you get a lot of extra reps and that can maybe help you prepare even more for another year with him out getting those extra in practice?
I feel like I'm gonna take a lot of reps regardless. I mean, last year before I got hurt, I had a good amount of reps as well.
Say it, bro.
So I'm not too concerned. I'm not too ecstatic about him leaving or staying. I think obviously we want him here. He's a brother. He's been here his whole career. Obviously my whole career. But yeah, so it's all how the cards play out. Time will tell.
Who's winning in the point system?
Me. But no, we have teams right now. So my team just got ahead of theirs. So our team is kind of like the D tackles team. We kind of had 2 vets pick it out, but we got up. We're like 1 point ahead of them right now, so we'll see after this practice.
But how much fun is that to be able to have? I mean, we talked about the depth and the level of talent upwards and downwards the depth chart, but to have this level of competition inside of the depth chart, like how much does that push you to try to hit the next level?
It pushes you a lot. Obviously, the saying, iron sharpens iron. If we go out there and you look at Sam coming off the edge, he burning the edge, he making plays, it's like, shoot, let me go out here, let me do a little more, you know what I'm saying? Then you look over, Dono, he out here spicing it up, and you got Tay out here doing what he do, and it's like, okay, we got all these guys that's just out here making plays and make you feel, okay, now let me go get something, you know what I mean? So it's all great. It's all great.
How much are you going to learn about your guys' defensive line when you go up against the Rams in practice tomorrow and during the scrimmage?
It's going to be fun for us boys. I mean, obviously being able to not have to go against our guys and just really, let it all loose. And it's going to be nice. We're going to learn a lot.
Yeah, that's going to say it's a good litmus test. You could just go against someone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Assuming you do play in the preseason game this Saturday, how good does it feel to line back up in full speed, knock some people around?
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Obviously, can't wait to go out there and play and make some good plays for us. Obviously, it's just preseason, but we're going to have fun regardless. It's still a game.
Good. Appreciate it,
Thanks,
Sean.
Marshall. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Hey there, Cowboys Nation. Kyle Yeomans here from us.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Marshawn Nealon, like I said, I think we're going to wake up and he's going to be a better DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, this kid seems like he can rush the passer pretty good. And so, again, I think this is one of the best things the Cowboys are doing. It seems like everybody's trying to take this page from the Philadelphia Eagles book to where they're just going to try to just have a rotating line the whole time. And I do believe this is one of the reasons why I'm not going to be surprised if Micah Parsons is rushing from the linebacker position. I'm not going to be surprised if he's not rushing from the linebacker position, because they're in a situation now that you could literally put Micah Parsons out there with 2 true defensive ends. You could put Fowler out there because Fowler is a big defensive end. And then you could put Nealon out there. He's a big defensive end. And then you could have Parsons rushing from the linebacker position. Matt Eberflus did not promise he was going to play defensive end. He said he was going to rush the passer. So I think they're going to try to use Micah Parsons as some form of a chess piece, however that works out. But I'm pretty excited about the edge rusher depth they have. I would like for them to bring in that one tech and really, really shore up this defensive line. And then the linebackers, I noticed today, Sam Williams, they had him lining up. Sam Williams lined up at linebacker today. So if you think about, you could put Michael back there from time to time, Sam Williams back there from time to time. Man, you got the Cowboys. Not only are they going to be able to give multiple looks on offense, the Cowboys are going to be able to give multiple looks on defense if that is something that they absolutely want to do. If that is something they want to do. And so it seems to me that Matt Eberflus is going to try to make sure that this defense has that this defense has some variety. So I really like what they're doing. Bernard Fields, what's going on? Bernard Fields said he'd take $40 million on EBT, link card, and wig vouchers. I want it all. Shoot, man, I'm telling you. NWB, he said, I don't think we should pay Micah. He said, I'd rather trade him and feel the depth of the team. Are we going to win a Super Bowl this year? So why overpay him? Woo! NWB, we're going to come back to that when we get to that Micah Parsons segment. I like what you said there. Alfredo Morales, he said if it's true that Jones offered Micah a 5 years, I think, 5-year, $200 million, that would be $20 million for Mulugeta. Woo, boy. Alfredo said for Mulugeta, that's why Mulugeta asked for more money, because he thinks $20 million is not enough for him. Whoa, hold on a second. You got my spidey senses tingling now. Hold on, let me look at this. Okay, so it says NFL player agents are limited to a maximum commission of 3% of their clients' NFL contract value as regulated by the NFL Players Association. So let me see here. Okay, so Mulugeta's take would be $6 million from a $200 million guaranteed contract. So it'd be $6 million. But it also says, while this applies to the primary player contract, agents can earn commissions on endorsement and marketing deals, which can range from 10 to 20% or even higher, as these are not subject to the same NFLPA regulations. See, I would destroy these agents. If I were negotiating for the Cowboys, I would destroy these agents. I would straight up tell them, bro, y'all not about to fleece me. When you are a player like Michael Parsons, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, let me tell you something, bro. You're not about to fleece me. Because the endorsement deals that your client is about to get, and the money you're about to get from your client being a Dallas Cowboy, let me tell you something. It would be in your best interest to get them to sign this contract for this amount of money. Because in the long run, Mr. Agent, you're going to get paid more from your client being a Dallas Cowboy than your client being a Cleveland Brown. Last time I checked, when have you seen when have you seen Bosa? When have you seen Bosa have the kind of endorsements that Dak Prescott got? We're now seeing CeeDee Lamb on the Old Spice commercials. I watched one of my favorite cartoons of all time. The new season came back today, King of the Hill. And they had an entire segment where the Cowboys, and it wasn't the actual Cowboys' voices, but they had a segment, an entire episode where it was about Hill going to a Dallas Cowboy fantasy training camp. Jerry Jones, Michael Parsons, Trayvon Diggs was brought up in this episode. You're not getting that anywhere but Dallas. You're not getting that stuff anywhere but Dallas. You have to be a uber superstar to get endorsement deals over Dallas Cowboys players. Shoot, man, I'm telling you, I'd be dealing with these agents. I'd be dealing with them. Bro, I already know I know how this game works. You're gonna make some money on my client. So don't come up in here trying to play hardball. I tell them straight up. I would tell them straight up. The Cowboys have bargaining pieces that other people don't have. They have bargaining points that other teams don't have. The cost of living in Texas. No state taxes. Where this is the place to be as far as companies are moving here. Industry is moving here. Bro, I'm telling you, I'd be dealing with these agents. But again, that was a $6 million commission, Freddie. Shoot, that ain't shabby. Now, it makes me wonder, how did this guy make $1 billion in 1 year? If the NFLPA says the maximum commission is 3%, where did he collect how do you collect $1 billion? You've got to hit on quite a few. $1 billion? Man, you got to hit on quite a few contracts to get to $1 billion. Because if I'm not mistaken, they said he's the first agent in history to make $1 billion in a season. I wonder if this dude does other people other than football, because you can't be making all that money off of just football. 3%? You ain't making all that money. Got me wondering, like, how did he make $1 billion? Okay, I see how he made it. Okay. And I still don't quite understand all of it. But, we're going to move on to Lyle Collins. But Freddie kind of made me wonder, like, what was the percentage you get off of a player? So it's 3%. But look at this dude's client list. This dude's client list is crazy work. Jordan Love, Deshaun Watson, Derek Stingley, J.C. Horn, Calvin Ridley. He got Jalen Ramsey, Antoine Winfield, A.J. Terrell, Justin Fields, Derwin James, Buda Baker. Boy, look at all these clients this dude has. This is crazy. I'm still questioning how he made $1 billion and you're only getting 3%, unless he got some of that money off of endorsements too. But boy, his client list is crazy. That's a crazy client list. Boy, I can see why Jerry don't want to deal with that dude. He killing the game right now, y'all. All right, let's go to Lyle Collins real quick. Cowboys have brought Lyle Collins back. Let's see what he has to say. And I was a little bit surprised that Brian Schottenheimer was talking about they're lining him up at right tackle. So I'm just kind of like, okay, Terrence Steele, be on your P's and Q's.
Man, it does and it don't. You know, it feels like a new beginning at home. You know, feel like just happy to be back. Super excited to show what I got left in the tank and ready to go.
What do you got left?
A whole lot. You know, my body is fresh. I have a whole lot. So
Teenagers.
Being consistent. You know, with my prep and my post, just being ready to just stay on top of things. You know, and be proactive.
Doc said you looked amazing physically. Did you do anything differently the whole summer just to get ready?
Yeah. I really locked in on my training with Duke, and you know, a lot of my physical therapy with Patrick. You know, they work together as a team and do a really good job. And they definitely played the biggest part into me being here right now.
Did you tone up or lose weight? What did you do?
Oh man, a little bit of both, you know. And I think just being in Dallas, obviously. Especially when you guys headed out here, you know, I was still back there sweating in that heat. So, you know, those couple extra days took some weight off me.
How much do you weigh now?
300.
300.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
High school, maybe?
High school,
yeah,
300.
high school.
So you svelte, you know.
I feel great, man. It's almost like I don't have any weight on my joints.
Right.
You know?
Because since you left, you kind of been injured. Can you just talk about where your health
Wow,
is?
300 pounds?
Healthy to be your best now.
Mm-hmm. This is probably the best I've felt, you know, in a long time. When I left, I was okay. Going into that first year in Cincinnati, I had a lot of adversity just with my body and stuff. So now my body is fresh. Hadn't played ball in terms of a lot in a while. So feel good and just going to continue to be proactive and continue to trust the process.
Brian Schottenheimer said that you still have the ability to play any of the tackle, guard, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the best spot for you right now?
Whatever they need me. That's truly the best spot. I mean, it really don't matter. I just want to get on the field and I want to help my team win.
Was there ever a time that you thought maybe you're not done, but the league might have been done with you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anytime you're fighting to get healthy, especially with the injury that I had late in 2022, a lot of people don't even get a chance to even think about coming back. But you know, I just have faith, man. I had faith and I trusted the process. I knew if I did my part and staying prepared that an opportunity would come along. And I mean, obviously, the best case scenario was to go back where it all started, and that's to be here. I mean, there's nowhere I'd rather be. That's 100% a fact. Even when I left, you know, it was nothing like home. So this is what I know. This is where my heart is. So I want to continue to finish off strong here.
Dak said the other day that you went up to MJ and said, "I'm going to protect your dad." Just talk about your relationship with Dak and how nice it is to be back on the same team again.
Oh man, Dak is a brother of mine, you know, and I mean, just to the end, you know, on the field, off the field, MJ ain't got to worry. Her dad will be protected, So, that's my baby niece. I got 2 nieces now. So I'm just excited to be the favorite uncle, and I'm just excited to get a chance to be in front of them again and protect them and keep people away from them.
Are you the favorite uncle?
Absolutely.
This is a sport that always has constant change, especially sometimes with this team. Comforting with you when I came back here, Dak is still here.
Oh man, that was a big key point. That's like leaving home and returning back to your bed. That's the one thing is gonna how that feel. You know everything. So it's super. The cadence it's like I still remember it in my sleep. So. It's just great. It's great. I'm not starting at level 1. I'm starting a little bit, a couple notches. So it's definitely a great position to be in.
What was it like to be at the Star for Tyron and Zach's deal? And did that kind of do anything, spark you to say, okay, I still want to do this?
Oh yeah. Just always been there for those guys. I told them coming into it like, hey, I'm coming to you guys' retirement, but. Don't let none of that stuff rub off on me because I ain't done yet. So, it's definitely amazing to go and support your guys as they move on to the next phase of their life. So I'm going to let them lay the foundation for that, and I'm going to keep chopping wood on this end, and we'll meet again soon.
Any advice you got from those guys when you said that you wanted to keep trying to play?
Oh, yeah. Tyron is always Tyron. Zach's always Zach. And so... they always support me. We always supporting each other, one another, and that's truly what it's all about. I just want to make sure that I do my part in bringing the team, the O-line guys, keeping them close and continuing that standard.
What's your early impression of being around those guys?
We got a great group of guys that are hungry, that love to work, and love to compete.
All right, Malik, you haven't.
Okay, so Lyle Collins played for the Cincinnati Bengals in 2022. Lyle Collins tore his ACL and his MCL. I didn't even know this. And that's the last time he's played. That's what it looks like. The last time he played, he was sidelined for the rest of the season. See here, it says he was sidelined for the rest of the season and led to his placement on the reserve PUP list to start the 2023 season and ultimately his release from the Bengals in September. So he been out for a minute. Collins been out for a minute, man. Yeah, he been out for a minute. So he done got back in shape. So we'll see. Now, when he healthy, man, he A1. But the operative language is when he's healthy. But I think the good thing is right now, if he gets an opportunity to get signed by the Dallas Cowboys, we won't have to worry because he's a depth piece. And by the time the Cowboys will probably call on him, he'd be fully healthy by then. And I'll tell you this, shoot, Terrence Steele better watch out. Man, this dude gets healthy, boy. And this dude get healthy, boy, he might challenge you for some time. So, but again, we'll see how this goes. Let me see, Pooba D talking about kneeling. Yeah, Pooba D, yeah, I'm with you, man. Don't answer that, man. Don't answer this. These guys, man, they just keep asking these dudes these Michael Parsons questions because they're trying to get these doggone headlines. Hey, Pooba D, I love when Nealon said, don't matter Michael Parsons here or not, I'm gonna get mine. Shoot. Nealon said I'm gonna get them snaps regardless. C-Bay said, I don't want to lose week 1. I don't want to lose not 1 week. I don't want to lose 1 week. I don't want to lose 1 week. But I do think the Philadelphia Eagles game, win or lose, it sets us up. Win or lose, the Philadelphia Eagle game sets us up. It's going to show us exactly where we are so that we can go on and start mauling teams from that point forward. We win, we mauling. We lose, I believe we still mauling. So the Cowboys going to be, I think the Cowboys are going to do their thing. I think the Cowboys are going to really match up well against the Eagles. A lot more. I think they're going to match up a lot better than I think they're going to match up better than people think. Katharina Kids, good evening. My man Damon Bama boy, what up? Well, what's good, G? What's good with you and Cowboy Nation? Another one bites the dust now. Yep, I saw it. Mozzie is injured. Damon said he must be listening to the fans. He said he must be listening to the fans. Dustin Roberts, EZ was my favorite pick. Yeah. Hey, the Cowboys draft was so good, man. There are so many players that people could have as their favorite. Derek G said, G, do you think Michael Parsons will miss games? I don't think he will. I just don't think the Joneses are going to take this as far. That's why I'm not worried about this stuff with Michael Parsons. It don't become critical to me unless the Cowboys say we're taking this into the season. If we take this into the season, it gets bananas. Because if we take this into the season, Jerry has already said, and it's true, Michael's under contract. If Michael started missing games during the season, you can't recoup that money back. You can't recoup that money back. The question is, will Michael play on that deal the way Jerry said D. Law and Dak Prescott did? Now, if I'm going to play both sides of this, if I'm Michael Parsons, I'm having a very serious conversation with my agent, my family, and God. Because if I don't play, I have to understand the consequences of that. The Cowboys don't lose a year of his rights if he don't play. So if the Cowboys didn't pay him, does he make the decision to say, I'm going to bet on myself and I'm going to come out here and really ball out this season? And I'm going to pray to God to keep me safe to where I don't get hurt. It's tough. It's tough. Pure gaming. I'm with you. I think it's better to have Michael. But I think, as one of the other guys said, at what cost? But it don't seem like to me Jerry has no problem paying him. Damon Bamboy said Jerry could have had Parsons at $35 million if only Jerry jumped on it quicker. But no, he's farther outside the grown child. But Damon Bama boy. But if you look at Michael Parsons' letter, David Mulugeta told him no. When he tried to approach the Cowboys early, they told him no. I'm wondering if it could have got done early now. Y'all tell me what you think. I'm wondering if it could have got done early. Because if you're telling me that David Mulugeta said no, wait, because there's other people coming up, well, how does he get paid? How does the deal go forward? But again, we'll talk about that when we come to the Michael Parsons segment. We'll talk about when we come to Michael Parsons. He said, oh, come on, Mulugeta represents a bunch of other athletes. His take on Parsons isn't the only source of revenue here. It's something else. One additional year, no trade clause. There's got to be something, Rombowski. And again, I think C-Base was saying that he took in a haul. Boy, let me tell you what this man took in with let me tell you what he took in with Deshaun Watson. $7.5 million. And I'm pretty sure when they're talking about this billion, it has to be including endorsements. It has to be including endorsements. But boy, he killing it. He killing it on these contracts. These Ramsey contracts. Boy, he killing it. Golly, boy. Ooh-wee, I'm in the wrong profession. Well, no, I'm not in the wrong profession. But boy, I should have done that one too. Yeah, I would never not want to not preach the word of God because it saves souls. But man, should have did that one on the side, boy. Boy, them agents pulling in bread. Them agents are pulling in serious bread. All right, we're going to go to Javonte Williams next. Let me read this super chat. Cowboy Trey, what up? Appreciate that super chat. Cowboy Trey said, G, it is a lot of crying and whining in Cowboys content land. Appreciate you for keeping this straight. Man, you know what? And I appreciate you too, Cowboy Trey. Cowboy Trey. You know the place that I'm struggling with? It's the reaction of some of the people. Jerry didn't say he wasn't paying Michael Parsons. He didn't say he wasn't signing Michael Parsons. He's already said he's not. If he ain't trading him, then he's signing him. He's going to sign him if he's not trading him. And if he don't sign him, he's still going to give him the franchise tags. And Michael Parsons is still going to get paid. Let me see if they show the tag options here. So it says here. And this is why I say, man, David Mulugeta and Michael really need to not be, to me, they shouldn't really be handling this the way that they are. But what I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll bring up the tag stuff. I'll bring that up when we get to the Michael Parsons section, because 105.3 The Fan has a couple of different scenarios that I actually like that they're talking about. I haven't listened to them, but I kind of like the titles that they mentioned. So we'll see where those go, and I'll bring this information up. So let's see. Let's get into. And a matter of fact, let's see. We got Javonte Williams, Ty Smith. Okay, we only got two more. So let's listen to Javonte Williams, and then we'll get into what 105.3 The Fan is talking about with Michael Parsons, which I think is very, very interesting. Let's go over there. Let's check out these two right here.
Feel like old times?
Hey there, Cowboys Nation. Kyle Yeomans here from Oxnard, California with Tyler Smith.
Since I got Tyler Smith up, let's do Tyler Smith, and then we'll bounce back to Javonte Williams. Ty Smith seems to be dealing with something. I don't think it's serious, but I think he had a little bit of soreness in his knee, so he's been out a day or two.
Offensive lineman for your Dallas Cowboys. And Tyler, it's a different thought process for you now. Going into year number 4, that happened really quick, first off, from the 2022 draft into the 2025 season. What's your mindset going into your 4th year in the NFL and being one of the elder statesmen on this offensive line?
I mean, as always, just to be the best. I mean, every day in the summer, the spring, the time we had off, I attacked every day with the mindset to come out here and, be the best, not only for myself, but for the guys around me. And so, I mean, we're trying to win this championship, put a great season together. And yeah, that's kind of where my mind is at.
You had the opportunity.
Man, this dude's been screaming championship from the beginning. Boy, he locked in.
Opportunity to learn under guys like Zach Martin and Tyron Smith and even Lyle Collins, who's making a return here to Dallas. But when you think back to those times and how much you learned, how much does that influence your involvement with the younger guys around you on that offensive line?
I mean, I think it influences me a lot. Like, obviously, all the things they taught me coming in as a young rook, the young buck, eyes wide, just the knowledge they gave me, the pointers of the game, the tips of the game, the things that made it, slow down and made me understand certain aspects of how to become a better player. That's something I definitely, I feel like I need to pass on. I feel like it's our responsibility, like to take those lessons and pay it forward, just like Zach and Tyron and all the guys before them did for them. And so,
you mentioned the standard. This is a team that
best offensive lineman the Cowboys have. Jerry, let me tell you something. People are beating Jerry down, but I'm telling you now, I guarantee you, Jerry and Steven are diligently trying to get this dude's deal done. They are trying to get this dude's deal done. But I think he's going to break the bank too. Because the last guy at his position that got paid is not better than him. And so it just becomes a matter if Ty wants to be the highest paid in his position, he could shock us and not want to be the highest paid. But if I'm the Cowboys, don't make this mistake. You're not talking to Ty Smith off without his agent. Get this deal done. I don't care if you have to give him $1 more than the guy that got paid before him. Get this deal done. Put those void years in there. Ty Smith, best offensive lineman on the team, and he is probably a top 5 offensive lineman in this game. Dallas, you got to get this guy signed.
has invested quite a bit in the offensive line, whether it be draft capital or contract situations and things of the sort. But you're the next one up in the list of the contracts. They already spent the first-round pick on you back in 2022, but they've done so since they drafted you. What does that say to you about how much the offensive line matters in this organization and in this scheme moving forward?
I mean, I think it's, we're paramount, and I think that's something that I've been hearing since I got here. It's something that Coach Schotty was saying in the spring, in his first tenure. He told us straight up, he was like, you guys are going to be my bell cows. Like, I want ultimately the standard of this building to reflect the standard of y'all. Like, we're going to go as y'all go. And I truly think that's something that we've embraced as an offensive line, just knowing that, ultimately, like, the team will depend on us. Like, and when our numbers call, we'll be ready, because we have guys who maintain a standard of excellence. Like, I know it's crazy, but, the first Great Wall of Dallas, like, you see, like, I played with those guys, I learned from those guys. And so I think the most important thing is just maintaining that excellence, obviously, and building upon it as well. Like, there are things that, we may be able to do better in our time with it. So I think that's just like what we need to do right now.
Let's talk a little bit about the guys that have been drafted in the first round after you, starting with Tyler Guyton. Of course, the injury this summer kind of pushes his progress back. But what have you seen from Tyler, both from a off-the-field standpoint and an on-the-field standpoint, that encourages you in his growth?
He's truly attacked his preparation, and I think that was one of the most important things in making that jump from college to the league, is just learning how to prepare like a vet, learning how to, take care of yourself as a vet and things of that nature. And I think he's not only attacked his work, but, mentally he's attacked the study book, and he knows what he's talking about. Things are, slowing down for him. And before, his untimely, his injury or whatever, like, he was doing great. Like, his sets were looking clean, like, he was looking dominant. And, like, all of his gifts that he has as a player were just on full display. And I feel like when he comes back, obviously he's going to keep going from where he left off. But, man, I'm excited for him. I'm extremely excited. I feel like, we talked about it when we first got here, but we want to be the best left side in football.
Yeah. Now, what about the right side? Tyler Booker, first-round pick this year, going into his rookie season. What has your conversation and your advice been like to Book to continue through his first camp?
Book makes it easy because he's such a hard worker. He asks all the right questions, and he was asking me a couple of days ago, just kind of like, how do you attack backers and stuff like that. And so I think approach I took is just like answer the question he has. Like, when I see he may be struggling with something, or he has a question about something, like, just kind of telling him how I see things, how people kind of have told me solutions to the problem at hand. And so he's such a hard worker. He really makes it easy. But yeah, he's learning, and he's getting better every single day. I'm really excited for him too.
What's been the biggest difference from Mike McCarthy as the head coach in your first couple years in the NFL to now Brian Schottenheimer entering his first year?
We just kind of done different things. I want to say, like, we're always been family oriented, and we're still family oriented. That was something that Coach McCarthy, held very near and dear. And so, like, that's something that hasn't changed. But I think the energy is just a little different. We're playing music. At practice, we got a basketball hoop in the meeting room, like stuff like that. We went paintballing when we first came in the spring, and so that was just a little different. I think that's just a way that Shotty has shook it up. We do bags before practice where we be having props and stuff, and that's just a cool way to keep things fun. Because at the end of the day, like, and I have to remind myself every day, obviously we're chasing greatness, but football is a fun sport. Like, we're here to have fun as well as win a lot of games, win the championship and stuff like that. And so I think we're keeping that at the forefront as well. As just enjoying, the process with your brothers.
Now, you talked about the competition element and the bags and the props and the music. First off, what would be your music choice if you had to go first song right out of the gate, set the tone? What music choice are you going with first?
First song, man, I'd probably say In Control. In Control by NBA Youngboy.
Okay.
That's the first.
Yeah.
That'd be my music choice, the first song up.
I wonder if this interviewer even know what song that is. He talking about, okay, come on, you even know what that song is.
Set the tone.
If you want to get it started, I think that's what you should go with. Just from my generation.
What's been your favorite prop so far through the bags? I know that's been a big storyline, and the fans enjoy watching it too. What's been your favorite?
My favorite prop, probably the stretcher. A lot of the defensive coaches brought out a stretcher, and I thought that was pretty funny. They did Oklahoma drill. And then so I got hit, they brought out a stretcher. That was a funny prop. That was funny.
Continuing back with the offensive side and Brian Schottenheimer's scheme, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of movement, even on the offensive line, post-snap, a lot of movement there. How much has it changed your mindset and the way that you take care of your body because you know how much movement's on the way?
I mean, my mindset has kind of stayed the same. You know, I want to stay, you got to stay on top of your body, like being, you know, strong and ready to handle the volume offense that obviously we're going to bring to the table is like extremely important. And I think part of the reason that we are able to do this offense is because of the type of athletes that we have in the offensive line room. Like, we're great movers in space. I think we got a lot of dynamic guys top to bottom. Like, I'm talking, you know, TJ Bass, Nate Thomas, Austin Richards, you know, Sadiq Charles, amongst a few who I'm really just, you know, seeing, like, you know, making a lot of strides, and like, you know, they're going to be huge for us. And so I think that's just part of the reason that, you know, we're able to do that, is because we do take care of ourselves, and, you know, we're also primed the right way. Coach Harold knows how to get us right. So
yeah, starting to see that depth pay off on the offensive line. Last one for you. You've seen the news surrounding Micah's deal and a former first-round pick and the player option going into year number 5. You're not to that point yet in your contract talks, but of course the contract will have to be renewed at some point. How much have you learned through his example in this process as a whole that you can instill upon your own contract situation going into the future?
I think the most important thing for me is just, like, I mean, you gotta play ball, right? I mean, like, for me, you know, it's like you said, I'm not to that point yet, you know, in my situation, but I think I really just got to keep my head down and focus on, you know, what ultimately, like, is going to help me be better. Like, you know, I have to, you know.
Now, this man just tried to trap Tyler Smith. So what are you taking from Micah Parsons? Bro, this man just told him in a very politically correct way, I'm not taking nothing from Micah Parsons. Bro, I got to play ball. I got to play ball. I got to stay on the field. My part, what I got to do is play the game. Guy said, man, I got my part. I got to play the game. Dak Prescott did it. DeMarcus Lawrence did it. Everybody won't do it. I understand why people won't do it. But some people are saying, I'm going to play. You don't get better by not playing. It's not like Michael can't practice. I understand why he's not practicing. But it's not that he can't practice. This dude is saying, nah, bro, I got to stay on the field, man. I got to keep my head down, and I got to do what I'm supposed to do. Man, don't nobody need to be, I'm sorry, if there's an example that anybody should follow of how to handle your contract situation in the 5th year of your contract, it's Dak Prescott. Stop trying to make this man say I wouldn't do what Micah's doing or I would do what Micah's doing. Man, this dude's situation is different than Micah Parsons. His mindset is different than Micah Parsons. This man got his own understanding of what he wants to do. Man, these people are diabolical, man. Boy, they want everybody to take sides on this. It's just diabolical how these people are.
Work on my technique, work on my craft and things of that nature. But obviously, you know, things happen in time, like, you know, and I'm praying all the best for Mikey. You know, that's my brother, and he's a hell of a player, like a hell of a player. And so, like, yeah, I hope everything works out. And, like, same with me, bro. Like, you know, I hope everything works out. Ultimately, you know, I do want to take care of my family for generations, so that'd be pretty cool.
Bro, this man got to look out for himself. Man, I hope Michael's stuff work out. I hope mine work out. The Cowboys are going to try to get him done early. You watch what I tell you. The Cowboys are going to try to get him done early. And I hope they do get Todd Smith done early. He is the best lineman. He's the best offensive lineman on the team. Best offensive lineman on the team. Keeps his head down. He's just a different type of player. You absolutely love the kind of player that he is. He leads by example. No, I think the Cowboys are going to get this dude done early.
Certainly will work out, and you've worked out to this point in time. Tyler Smith joining us here from Oxnard, California. We've got more coming your way on DallasCowboys.com and the Cowboys Now app.
I mean, these guys, man, Boy, they diabolical to me. I'm sorry. Boy, these dudes diabolical to me. It's like somebody at their, I guess, I don't know. I've never worked for a place, one of these places, but it's almost like somebody tells them at their job, like, hey, make sure you ask these questions about Micah Parsons. Make sure you get this in about Micah Parsons. Man, these dudes diabolical to me. I'm sorry, man. This is wicked work to me. It's diabolical. All right, let's get this one with Javonte Williams, and then we're going to get to the Micah Parsons thing on 105.3 The Fan. I'm very interested in where they're going with some of what they're talking about. Let's go.
Talk about your progress in training camp and where you feel you are at this point versus where would you like to be by the time preseason comes and goes.
Yeah, just learning the offense, learning the playbook, making strides from OTAs, and just competing every day. I feel like I'm in a good spot. Obviously, I can definitely get better. That's the reason for training camp, so I'm just grinding, trying to stack days.
I saw one of those late game reps. Shotty had you lined up on the outside of Pickens. Just what does that say about your versatility and the fact that the play caller has that kind of belief in you?
Yeah, Coach Schotty, I love the way he think. Great offensive mind, a lot of motions, a lot of shifts. A lot of people lining up in different spots. I mean, Turk lining up at running back, things like that. So, I mean, anything that'll keep the defense on their toes and just trying to show them different looks.
And talk about iron sharpens iron, talking about keeping defenses on their toes. Matt Eberflus, his defense has won a few days out here in practice, but it looks like you guys are starting to turn the corner. Why is it starting to click for you guys now? Is it just more and more reps on the Schotty's playbook, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's just grinding, for real. I mean, we all pros out here. Some days the defense is going to have their days, some days we're going to have ours. And I just love the competition. I'm just glad it's not lopsided, like defense always winning or we always winning. I feel like we're a balanced team, and once we get everything together and get everything situated, I feel like we could be dangerous.
Brian Schottenheimer said the rookies that you and Miles were well ahead of them after mini camp and all that. How do you feel like Jaden Blue and Phil Moff have kind of come on here now that 10 practices into camp and things like that?
Yeah, Blue, I mean, he's explosive. You can see it on the field. Probably one of the fastest guys on the team. I feel like Phil is picking it up. He's coming along physical, get down here real fast. So, I mean, I like what I'm seeing out of both of them. And, I mean, Miles, when he get back, he going to do what he do. So, I mean, it's a great competitive room, and everybody just getting better every day.
I mean, it really was not so long ago that you were a rookie in the NFL. I mean, it's recent.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you transition from being the new guy in the room to having a balance, competing with other new guys? So you're kind of a leader, but you're also trying to impart knowledge to the rookies.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you sign up for, just being a vet. They told me when I came in that they wanted me to just teach the younger guys and try to bring them along. But, I mean, they picking it up just fine. So, I mean, any little thing I can help them with, mainly off the field, I try to just give them little tips on, like, recovery and just staying healthy and things like that because it's a long season. I mean, we ain't even started game one yet. So, yeah, just keep your body right, keep your mind right, and I feel like everything else will fall in line.
And last question, what's the biggest thing you want to put on tape for over the 3 preseason games?
Yeah, I mean, just being me. Ball security, protect the ball, protect the quarterback, and just the rest going to handle itself.
How's your body feeling?
I feel real good. I'm ready to go.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, Javon.
Yeah, just become more of a leader. I know he's a rookie, but I mean, he's starting to step up in the team meetings, in the special team meetings. Doing that, the coaches start giving him a lot of praise. So, I mean, he's doing what he got to do. Just keep it on the right track. And I feel like that's a testament to the room, Miles, the coach, everybody. I mean, we just keep our business straight and just do our talking on the field.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Javon.
Appreciate it, yep.
Man, let me tell y'all something. If not interested in what you talking about was a picture or an interview, that was it right there. Man, this man Javonte Williams said, man, I'm trying to get up out of here, man. I appreciate the interview, but I'm trying to get up out of here. That stuff going on, man. I got stuff to do. But again, man, I'm very happy at where these Cowboys players are. I really like what Brian Schottenheimer's done with the team. Let me come to your comments. And then we're going to really get into this Micah Parsons thing from 105.3 The Fan. Very interested in what they're talking about. But again, I'm telling us, this Cowboy team, man, their mindset is Brian's got these guys' mind on point. I don't even know if they're even distracted by this thing. I don't think a lot of them are even distracted by this stuff. I think they're just trying to do their thing on the field, and they're not worried about all this Micah Parsons stuff. And they're like, man, I got my own business. You dude's like, I got my own business to be worried about, bro. I got to worry about if I'm getting paid. And again, I think they're going to get this man. I think they're going to get Ty Smith done early. Carl Adler, he said, let's talk about the players on the field. Yeah, please. And those who are not, and stop predicting what they're going to do. None of us know what they're going to do until we see it in games. Well, I think where we are right now, Carl, is we're ready to get it on the field. Yeah, I think we're ready to get it on the field. And I think once we get it on the field, and we've seen it on the field against one another, but I think when we see it on the field against the Rams, I think it's where it's going to start really. The Rams, I think, takes us to another level because the Rams are going to be playing at a different speed. The Rams are going to be playing at a different speed, and they got a very good defensive and offensive front. So I think it's going to be a very good test for the Cowboys. Booby D, you ain't lying. You said it wasn't done for him and Watson, only on the Browns. Boy, you ain't lying, Booby D. Shoot. That boy Mulugeta ate on this one. $7.5 million. $7.5 million. What's going on, Gwen Bowden? $7.5 million off that Deshaun Watson deal. So this guy's making plenty of bread. Plenty of money, man. Plenty of money. The big Rabowski. Bobby Hill has always been my spirit animal. Hey, Rabowski. Boy, the show is awesome, man. I'm about halfway through it now. Boy, I love the show, man. I'm a huge King of the Hill fan. I love it. I absolutely love it. Bama Boy said, I don't wish injury or no player, but I bet when Parsons get that money, he misses some games. It happens every time. You know, one of the things they've been talking about, the danger of sitting out, is these soft tissue injuries. But again, I think they're going to ease him back in. Because they got enough players. They don't have to play him every down no more. Booby D, he said, man, if he offered Michael 200 guaranteed, he would have sided with crayons. He said he would have sided with crayons. Shoot, Jerry isn't. Hey, if you let Jerry is insinuating he offered him a lot. He's insinuating him he offered him a lot for sure. Yeah, Damon Bama Boy, that's where the money comes in, the endorsements. That's where the money comes in. There's no regulation on those. Man, you know, like I said, I was telling y'all the other day, one of these guys, there was a place that tried to come in and wanted to represent me early on when I first got started, and they was wanting to take 30%. But the problem is they didn't guarantee you were going to get any endorsements. They were just saying that if any came your way, they were going to that they were going to be the one to negotiate them. But if these guys are going to negotiate the deals, man, they can negotiate what they want to then. So the sky's the limit on them endorsements. Yeah, Big Moss, those his clients. Yep. He got a big client list. Not all of them are making that big time money, but he got a big client list. Shoo. Man, I'm telling you, we got a huge client list. I'm telling you. Let's go over here because Gwen says, AG, Jerry will make them wonder how he keep them going. I see you, Gwen. Yeah, I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, hey, Gwen, if it was me, shoot, boy, I'd be telling these agents, don't come up here and they're talking noise. Your player gonna benefit from being a Cowboy. Your player's gonna get endorsement deals just for being a Cowboy. And I got people on speed dial. Do y'all remember when the Cowboys signed Deion Sanders? Another one of the ways that Jerry got Deion Sanders into Dallas. Deion Sanders didn't start getting those endorsement deals until he got to Dallas. Deion got them big endorsement deals when he came to Dallas. Y'all remember that? Shoot. Jerry got that joker in here, got him that, I think it was what, Pepsi? Got Deion that Pepsi deal. Got Deion the pizza. I think it was a Pizza Hut deal. Shoot, Jerry immediately got Deion endorsement deals on top of the deal that he paid him. Man, I'm telling you, I'll be dealing with them agents, especially on a player like Michael Parsons. Shoot, I'll be dealing with them. Nah, bruh. Nah, you ain't coming up in here clowning. Straight up with Teller. All right, let's check out this thing where 105.3 The Fan. I think they have created some scenarios about, let's see here. I was looking at both of the titles today, and I like what they were talking about. Oh, I like the titles. I hadn't listened to the videos. Okay, so the first one is... Okay, so the first one is, I think it's very interesting, is what would a hypothetical trade package look like for Micah Parsons? And y'all tell me what would it look like. Because I'm telling you now, if I'm the Cowboys, man, you're going to hit me with them Herschel Walker trades, bro. I'm going to need a D tackle. I'm going to need a cornerback. Yeah, I'm going to need a D tackle, a cornerback. I'm going to need your first for the next 3 seasons. I'm going to need a third, a seventh in one of them seasons. I'm going to need a second. I'm going to need a second and a sixth in one of them. I'm going to need some serious stuff from you. You're going to have to wreck your franchise for me.
What would a Micah Parsons trade look like? I don't think anyone right now feels like the Cowboys would trade him. Jerry telling the media, no, it's not something that we are thinking about right now, but let's have a little bit of fun. And where would you all stand on it? I said Friday at the end of Crosstalk, maybe Micah does them a favor. Maybe Micah stops them from committing and allocating top of the market money to 3 different positions and lacking depth on your football team. Maybe Micah's request prevents a Diggs 2.0 situation of changing after you get your money the way some people felt Trayvon has changed, even though someone high up in the Cowboys told me we're not worried about Micah changing after he gets paid, and we're not worried about his relationship with Diggs either. But maybe Micah could.
So you think they're going to tell him this? These guys got it. The ego of these guys is incredible to me. The ego of some of these people. Their egos are so big that they actually think that people are going to tell them stuff that they don't want them to know. When they tell these guys stuff that they are telling us, they're telling them this because they want us to know it. If they don't want us to know it, they're not going to tell them. So he actually thinks the Cowboys, somebody in the organization, going to be dumb enough to say, yeah, man, yeah, we're afraid that Micah Parsons going to change when he get the money, or we're afraid of his relationship with Diggs. They ain't worried about Diggs, I don't think, because Diggs ain't going to be here after this year. I'm shocked if Diggs is here after this year. I'm totally shocked if he's here. There's no guaranteed money left on this deal. Absolutely none. Let me tell you, I don't even think Diggs would play here without any guaranteed money. I don't even think Diggs would play here without any guaranteed money. So I don't think the Cowboys are worried about that. But I'm telling you, if I'm the Cowboys, there's one thing I'm not giving Micah Parsons. I am not giving this man a no-trade clause. I'm not doing it. If you'll fly off the hook and send a letter out to the media saying you don't want to be a Cowboy no more, and you put in a trade request, bro, what will you do with a no-trade clause? Dak Prescott, we know what he's going to do with a no-trade clause. Only thing Dak Prescott going to stop you from doing is trading him. He ain't going to do a whole lot of talking and causing a ruckus. That's not Dak Prescott style. Dak is not going to do it, and we've seen the evidence of it. If Michael did this, what do you think happens when he can't be traded? I'm sorry, if I'm the Cowboys, I am not doing this with another player. I'm not doing this with another player. If that no trade clause is in there, I'm telling you, boy, we're going to be able to stand up. We're going to be able to stand still on that. And I don't even know if it's in there. But that's one thing they better not give him. But these guys' egos are so inflated. Bro, they ain't telling you nothing they don't want us to know.
Be doing them a favor. And it is interesting with the phone calls and text messages that we have gotten this morning. This is not a Luka Doncic type reaction.
No.
It's not. More on that at 8:40. in below the belt, but you'd be open to it. You're always looking at asset management.
Well, look, I mean, the $40 million and what you get in compensation, I mean, that theoretically, I'm going to assume it's 2 number 1 picks, maybe more.
Everyone right now is referencing the Khalil Mack deal as the baseline.
Barnwell did a trade tiers article last week. He said, and this is before the request came in, he said Micah would be 2 1s plus.
Yeah.
I mean, plus what?
Just 2 1s plus whatever minutia needs to go into that. Yeah, but it's baseline 2 1s and then whatever happens to make it done.
He's a year younger than Mac was at the time. So, look, and then you take the $40 million, that's 6 starters. Your first round pick is a starter. Otherwise it's a massive failure of a pick.
Right.
And then with the $40 million, you can get 4 starters out of that. They may not be top end.
Well, they wouldn't be top end.
But they'd be depth. Like, you'd be getting solid football players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a complete game changer for an organization.
And he has referenced if the players are good. It's a game changer if the 2 draft picks combined can equal a Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I would say some of the guys who are making $10 million annually right now for the Cowboys, or roughly around there, are going to be Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker. Right now, his cap number being this low, Osa's around there. Fowler, like those are the kind of guys you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you add 4 of those guys, 4 more to this roster, I mean, you have no holes.
Plus 4 or 2 guys who would be high draft picks who are making rookie contract money,
right,
is the thought. NFL.com did look at the potential landing spots, though. Like, okay, we don't think Mike is going anywhere, but if it does happen, which teams could pursue the Cowboys star? And these are some of the teams that Eric Edholm wrote about over at NFL.com. Buffalo was one, strictly from a who needs him most standpoint. There's a strong case for the Bills to do everything in their power to at least make Dallas an offer. By the way, as we talk about making these trades, I think it was Barnwell this week, like over the weekend, who referenced this. It was somebody on Twitter had said that when Mike is on the field since he entered the NFL, when Mike is on the field, the Cowboys have the number 1 defense in the NFL. When he is off the field, it is second to last in the NFL.
Wow.
Now, that's also a big chunk of it was last year with, like, you talk about years with Dan Quinn there and how effective they were. Buffalo was number 1. Carolina is number 2, a team that Dallas has made a couple trades with. They mentioned Chicago, who's got their own resources that they can make moves for. Cleveland was another one, which doesn't make a ton of sense to me to go Cleveland. If you've already got Myles Garrett, who you've invested a bunch of money to, are you going to spend $80 million on edge rushers? They mentioned the Raiders. Here are the last 2 that he has here are the ones that I think make a ton of sense. And then there's a third that I think makes a lot of sense. Tampa Bay. He said, if all goes well, the Buccaneers offense could be a monster this season. It was pretty darn good a year ago, but defensively, there's work to be done if Tampa fancies itself a Super Bowl contender. Adding Parsons is the kind of move that could put a team like the Bucs over the top. They added Hassan Reddick, but obviously you never know when he's going to participate or what he's going to do. They do have some salary cap flexibility to take on a big contract, and they've made big swings at players before with Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski. George Edwards is the passing game coordinator there. That is Micah Parsons' biggest mentor during his NFL career. That was somebody he was really upset left Dallas. So you talk about being able to pair him in Tampa with George Edwards again, a team that feels like they're going for it, a defensive-minded head coach in Todd Bowles. That all makes a lot of sense to me. This makes a lot of sense from a perspective of who would want him and where would he want to go. Washington. I don't know that Jerry's going to make the move in the division like that. But obviously, Dan Quinn, the
there's
connection
a division
there.
tax.
There
That's
is
3 first-round picks.
There's a
division tariff.
He is exactly. Yeah, it's Washington, right? This is something where Dan Quinn would love to have him back, I'm sure. And Micah would be happy to play with Dan Quinn again. That one makes a ton of sense. The only problem, like we say, is just it's in the division and being able to charge that. The team he doesn't mention here, and the team that I think makes a lot of sense is Seattle. Because you're talking about two front offices that have a lot of experience with each other. Some of it not great. Some of it has been petty in years past with Earl Thomas, and then the following year or 2 years later when they were talking about trading Aldon Smith, and Seattle came to him and they were like, oh, you remember how last year it was a 2 for everybody and a 1 for us? Well, Aldon Smith is a 6th for everybody and it's a 5th for you.
Yeah.
And so there's been a little bit of sniping there, but John Schneider, Stephen Jones, like they've worked out a lot of different things themselves. Seattle does have Adam Dirty as their defensive coordinator. That is somebody that, again, Micah had a lot of experience with, liked a great deal. That would that would make a lot of sense to me pairing Micah there if you were going to work it. If you're going to make a trade, I think Tampa, Washington, Seattle, in terms of Micah potentially pushing it a certain way, those three all make sense.
Our guy Softy texted me over the weekend from Seattle. Greatest show name ever. Softy and Dick. Their show name.
I thought it was Softy and Maller.
That's his last name. That's his last name. So Dick Fane is the other guy that he does a show with.
Okay.
Vane, you said?
Fane.
Oh, Fane.
Not, jeez, Bobby. He's like, his first name. What is Micah asking for? That was like he was just like they're already all in.
And you said we don't know. We don't know because they won't say. He could be asking.
We don't really know.
Like Sean's been saying, he could be asking for 50. We don't know because they're not answering the phone.
When Jerry said I reached and he stressed that multiple times, what does that mean? What you guys don't know is how much I've reached.
I'm guessing whatever. When he references guaranteed almost $200 million, I'm guessing, again, this is just a guess, I have not heard anything, that he had said 5 for 225, and basically the first 4 years were guaranteed, which would be $45 million a year.
And they would say no to that?
Not necessarily no to it, but I mean, again, it's what does that mean?
We did hear that his side wants 4.
How many times have we heard the Cowboys say something?
Jane would say, Jane Slater, I think she chimed in on Twitter and said, was it in writing? Did you put it actually in writing, Cowboys?
Right. Yeah, and the other thing here is there's so many different. It's $180 million total guaranteed. All right, but guaranteed at signing, it's just the first year and a half. And then, the second year, then this triggers and this does the. So whenever I was talking about this with somebody yesterday, there's a little bit of confusion for people when they hear, and I don't want to get too much in the minutia, but when they hear total guaranteed versus guaranteed at signing. Guaranteed at signing literally just means this is what you are guaranteed to get today when you put your pen to paper. Total guaranteed, the number that usually gets referenced in the media, is you are guaranteed this money if you're on our roster after your second season on the 5th day of the league year. Like when you hear all those triggers of, if they release this guy by this date, they don't owe him money. It's because they put in these triggers in the contract that say, now your money becomes guaranteed. So they may have just not been comfortable with some of those triggers that were in there.
DraftKings came out with their odds immediately when Micah made the request. His next team, the Cowboys, are minus 300. The Eagles are plus 1,000. Yeah,
good luck.
right. The Patriots are plus 1,000.
Man, if he trades him to Philadelphia, we know he's lost his mind.
Nico
did lose his mind.
He gave Luka to the freaking Lakers.
Nico did lose his mind.
Chargers plus 1,500. Arizona, San Fran, Rams, Carolina, Jets, Raiders.
DraftKings are in it to win it. DraftKings is in it to win it. They hoping some people would make these bets because the house gonna win. The Cowboys minus 300. Stop it. Insanity.
And then sportsbetting.ag sent me their odds. The favorite would be the Raiders if he got dealt. Raiders 5-1, Pittsburgh, Chargers, Jets, Colts.
I think in Jerry's career,
all AFC.
I think in Jerry's career, his time here in Dallas, I think the team that he has done the most trades with, I'll need to look it up. I think the team he's done the most trades with is the Raiders.
What's your point?
So that makes sense too. It's a family run team that's been around for a long time. If they wanted him, if they wanted to say, all right, yeah, let's throw Max Crosby and Micah Parsons at everybody. They could go that route, but the Raiders would make sense just in terms of how the Cowboys have found a willing business partner before, somebody who they like to do deals with, and the Raiders are a team that would definitely, I think, do a splashy. They've shown a willingness to go get a Devontae Adams or a Randy Moss in the past and really go aggressively after people.
Florio writes, ProFootballTalk.com, the obvious candidates are the Bills and the Ravens. Both want to get past the Chiefs. The Broncos become an interesting option, too. Ownership has the money to make it happen, and getting Parsons would thrust Denver into the upper echelon of the AFC. Man, imagine losing DeMarcus Ware to Denver for a title, and then it happened again with Micah Parsons. Let's see. He threw out the Lions. They still have to pay Aiden Hutchinson. So those are some of the teams from Florio.
What?
And Slater also said the Cowboys internally had whispered the idea of trading Micah 2 seasons ago. I was told Jerry was absolutely against it. Why? Micah would rub teammates the wrong way with the podcast comments at times, saying he was a leader, then not showing it. And as one coach told me, quote, nearly every player was in my office telling us we needed to do something about him. Jane concludes, I do think Mike had turned some of that around in recent months. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that was. People were not a fan of him talking to Jordan Love on the podcast right around like when they had lost to Green Bay. There was not a lot of. It was a little bit like, what are you doing? And the week leading up to it, why are you gassing up Jordan Love and how great he is? The reason he's gassing him up, Jordan Love, how great he is, by the way, is because that's his agent teammate. Like Mulugeta represents Love. They all know each other. They all hang out with each other. David Mulugeta creates this very like family-like feel with his clients that they go over, they have dinners, they get to know each other. So that's going to be his guy. He's not going to he's going to like give him props and talk about. But I know that week leading up to that game when he's talking about how great Jordan Love is, that didn't sit well with everybody. It's a little bit like you don't need to be talking about how awesome he is on your podcast.
What would the offer have to be for you to me in life in these situations? You gotta like in order to buy my house right now today after being there for a year and going through all the hassle of the fixes and the drama, you gotta blow me away to where like I instantly say yes. That's the way I feel about this. Like two firsts, a second, and a third. Like 2 firsts and a third to me, I'm like, okay, that's not making me instantly say yes. You have to blow me away.
And who is it? Like if Kansas City tells me they're giving 2 firsts, okay, so you're giving me 2 seconds. What else are you giving
Buffalo's
me?
the same way.
Like,
Right.
yeah, I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Back end of the round, you're saying.
I need to know.
It's 3.
And look, I'll take the Cowboys no doubt would take first rounders from anybody. A, because it's capital, you want it. B, the difference is you do get the 5th-year option, so you can lock somebody into a price. Even if they blow up, you can lock somebody in longer term like you want. But, yeah, I mean, if you're calling me and telling me you're going to give me 2 firsts and a third, I got to stop and I got to think.
Yeah. And like if it's, like you said, if it's an NFC East team, you know, that stops. It stops at least at the 2-1s. I mean, you're going to have to pay the tariff tax. If it's a Kansas City or a Buffalo or Baltimore, it's always picking the back of the round. Then you got to add to that. But if it's like a team like New England, Pittsburgh, you could be in the teens.
Let me ask the most basic, I would hope, elementary question, and I hope you're going to give me the quick answer I want. Are they going to pick up the phone and listen?
Are they gonna from other teams or from Micah?
Other teams.
Yeah, they'll listen.
Yes, they'll answer.
Okay.
I don't know. They may very quickly shut it down, but
That's fine.
Yeah, they'll answer.
Just please let me know, just from a business operational standpoint, common sense, that you would pick it up and listen.
Okay. I got to admit, very hypothetical. Let me come to the chat. Let me come to the chat after y'all have heard all of this. So, let's play the game for a moment, and then we're going to listen to the second interview. Not the second interview, but the second article they have about Michael Parsons. Let's play the game for a moment, though. Let's play the game. And let me ask this question first, the one they asked last, because I think it's a very significant question, because Michael Parsons, this is why I say you have to control yourself in situations, because while you think you're creating a state of emergency, you might create a state of urgency to where it doesn't put the Cowboys on alert, that it puts other teams on alert. And so let me ask y'all my first question about this Michael Parsons thing. Let's go beyond. Let me ask y'all the first question. Do you think the Cowboys are going to listen to offers? And let me ask part 2 to that. Not only do you think the Cowboys, do you think they're going to listen to offers? Do you think they should listen to offers? Those are the 2 questions I want y'all to answer for me first. Do you think they're going to listen to offers? Do you think they should listen to offers? Because let me tell you, this is actually realistic. This part is not hypothetical. I am sure there are people that are cooking up offers and probably have already faxed them over or submitted them or getting on the phone. They're already getting on the phone. So y'all tell me, would the Cowboys do it, and should they do it? What do y'all think? Y'all tell me. Antoine Jones, appreciate you. He said hit that like, Freddie, and subscribe if you haven't. Y'all tell me. Do you think the Cowboys will field offers? Number 2, should they field offers? And if it was you, let's add a third one. If it's you, do you field offers? You tell me. Where are we on this? Where are we on this? Y'all tell me where y'all are on this. Richard Owen said, I wish they would go ahead already and get rid of him because he is the fly in the soup. So y'all tell me, will the Cowboys field or will they listen to offers? Should they listen to offers? Would you listen to offers? I'm telling you, I told y'all this the other day. You mess around, man, you got to control yourself in situations. One of the things I told y'all, I teach people in counselings, don't you dare give a person an ultimatum. Don't you dare give a person an ultimatum. You mess around because you think you irreplaceable. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. You're not irreplaceable. I don't care who you are. There are very few people in this world that are irreplaceable. And I mean very few. And the only reason some people don't get replaced is because some people just ain't got enough faith to replace somebody who think they're not irreplaceable. We got to stop thinking in terms of being irreplaceable. Nobody is irreplaceable. Even if the person won't do as good as you are, be as good as you are, it still don't mean that you're irreplaceable. Let's say somebody's not as good as you, but how much below are you? Because I'm going to tell you something. I think they call it the Patrick Ewing theory. You mess around in a season like this. You mess around in a season like this and think you're irreplaceable when the Cowboys have literally bought in people who are your replacement. Donovan Ezeraku has somebody on the team that's wanting to prove that he is not a bust. Sam Williams, Dante Fowler ticked off at the league because more people were not going after him. Do you not James Houston, a guy who got injured, who was doing really well before he got hurt? You keep on thinking that you're not irreplaceable, and then some people bring in some folk who are literally hungry like a dog who ain't ate in 3 weeks. I'm telling you, you mess around and be talking and popping off, trying to create a state of emergency, and then you create a state of urgency to where there are teams out there that's saying, hold on a second, this dude said he don't want to be a Cowboy. Let's put our offer sheet together. Y'all tell me, should the Cowboys listen? Should the Cowboys listen? Should they listen? And I mean for real, should they listen? Capital City, New Jersey, what up? We live right now. If you talking about us. Y'all tell me, are you answering or are you fielding calls? Robert M31, if you're talking to what I'm saying, he says, yep, he's fielding calls. Is anybody fielding calls? What's going on, Brian Worley? Should the Cowboys be fielding calls on this? Big Rumbowski said, how can you be an NFL writer and actually write an article quoting Washington as being a destination for a Michael trade? because you're not because you're an NFL writer, because you're a Dallas Cowboy. You're somebody covering the Cowboys. Gwen says, "Gee, Dak has a lot of class about himself, and I love that about him. That is why nobody can talk bad about him to me. I will give whoever the business when it comes to Dak. I'm with you. I'm with you. Dak is classy as they come. Y'all tell me, are you fielding calls on this? Gwen Bowden, Parsons knows where his heart is. I believe you. Pure Gaming, Michael to the Panthers. Would you field calls for Michael Parsons? See, because if people start calling the Cowboys, you got to be careful because you think, yeah, I'm going to show Dallas. Other teams want me. You sure you want to show Dallas other teams want you? Because what if somebody comes with the Herschel Walker offer? What if somebody comes with the Herschel Walker offer? While y'all are processing my question, let me give us a flashback because I had to go back and look this up. What was the Khalil Mack trade? I had to go look this up because I don't follow him. And then I'm going to read the, I don't follow him. My man, Skeptical Fan in the crib. Appreciate that super chat. Right now, we are on the issue 105.3 brought up in hypothetical about potential teams that Michael could be, teams that want Michael Parsons. And so I'm coming back asking, do you think the Cowboys should field offers for Michael Parsons? If people call, should they listen? Should they listen? Would they be wrong for listening? Should they listen? Because at the end of the day, if Michael Parsons said he doesn't want to be there, even if I say I'm not going to trade Michael Parsons, okay, I want to at least hear what people are offering. Because I could actually use this. Michael Parsons say he wants to be traded. I could actually come to Michael Parsons and say, hey, you said you wanted to be traded. We didn't get any phone calls. Or this is all they were offering for you. You could use it as a part of the negotiation. Art Martinez, what's going on? Art Martinez said yes and yes. Jimmy would. That's what they need to do, is ask Jerry Jones. Derek G says yes, they will listen and they should. But if it was certain teams, I wouldn't. It would have to be a top 10 pick. Gwen says, G, starting with the NFL Network, get up the herd, and Big Mouth Stephen A. NWB, he said trade him. Newhouse Regulator said they might listen. That's the question for me because, Newhouse, let me tell you something, man. Boy, you mess around and start listening. Man, you mess around and start listening, then somebody start talking about, hey, hold on. Let me tell you what I give you. Shoot. C-Bay said just entertaining all call. Shoot. The real estate said whatever don't make sense, they will do. They let Cooper go, keep it of all people gather. Boy, I agree with you on that one. Poobie D, what would you do? Poobie D said, what did trading Khalil Mack do for the Raiders? Now, hold on a sec. That's a great question, Poobie D. But the question is, but what would trading Michael Parsons do for this Dallas Cowboys that is already loaded with depth? What would it do for these Dallas Cowboys for a 3-year run? So let's bring this up, Poobie D, because you make a very good point. What did it do for the Raiders? So it says in 2018, the Bears traded for Oakland Raiders star pass rusher Khalil Mack. The Bears sent the Raiders 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th-round pick in exchange for Mack and a 2nd-round pick. The Bears also signed Mack to a then record-setting 6-year, $141 million contract. Now, Poobie D. Now let me add this part to it. Poobie D. But what is the one thing the Cowboys do well? Chicago don't do this well. Chicago, the same team that took Trubisky over some very good quarterbacks. But the one thing the Cowboys do well is they draft well. Cowboys draft well. So if the Cowboys can get 2 number 2s, a 3rd-round pick and a 6th-round pick, anybody taking it? Because the Cowboys draft extremely well. The one thing I would trust the Cowboys doing is drafting. So it says in 2019, with the 1st-round pick, the Bears got the Raiders got Josh Jacobs, Damon Arnett, 3rd-round pick Brian Edwards. So some of this is the fact that the Raiders, to me, are not a well-ran organization. They don't seem to draft well, even though they did. I can give them this. They drafted pretty good this year because I'm just looking at Ashton Genty. But if a team outside of the NFC East, if the New England Patriots, because that's a bad team, there's no point in trading him to the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens are always going to be in the top 10. You give them Micah Parsons, they probably get over the hump and beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they'd still have to go up against Buffalo, and Buffalo is loaded this year. But you're not going to get it. It don't make sense to trade Micah Parsons if I'm the Cowboys to any team that's going to be a winning team. I'm telling you, if it's a team that's a winning team, it ain't 2 first-rounders, it's 3. You can't even come at me because Micah Parsons for you is probably going to be the player that gets you over the hump and gets you to the Super Bowl. A team like Buffalo, Micah Parsons could really, because you would basically sell all the rest of those seasons because the Buffalo Bills have already loaded up. And so the Buffalo Bills would be saying, "Now we all in this season. So we'll take Micah and we don't care what happens after this." So if you don't care what happens after this, you're going to give me 3 first-rounders, and these are the couple of players that I may want in the process. But it would have to be, for me, it would have to be a team that is not in the NFC. It would have to be a team that's losing because I want to guarantee that when I draft in the top 15 at least for 2 years. Because I'm going to go back in the draft and I'm going to get me a pass rusher. I'm just going to go back in the draft and get me the best pass rusher available in the first round because now I got an extra first rounder. So this was what they got for Khalil Mack. Would you take that for Micah Parsons? Would y'all take that for Micah Parsons? Yeah, that's a lot, Poobie D. Tell me what you do it. Knowing how good the Cowboys draft, would you do it? Lisa Worley says she don't think they should listen. Now, Lisa, this is why I teach people don't do this stuff. You know why, Lisa? Because the Cowboys. Now, think about what they said that James Slater said. They said that James Slater said a couple of years ago, it was whispers to trade Micah Parsons. Well, now you don't have to make any whispers. He opened the door. He let this devil in. He opened the door. And not only that, we have people out there filling this man's head up in the media. Micah Parsons ought to leave the Cowboys, which he can't do unless they allow it. But they're encouraging him to get away from the Cowboys. He opened this door. Could anybody blame the Cowboys for at least seeing who's knocking? He opened it. He opened it. The Cowboys never said they wanted to trade him. The Cowboys have never said they don't want Micah Parsons. Other than these whispers of a couple of years ago. But in this negotiation, I haven't heard none of that. So if somebody came knocking, you answering? Jamalism, what's going on? He says, "What up, G? Love how you're the only one bringing the truth. Although I think Micah needs to be humble. I would love to see Micah on one side and Easy on the other, and we're going to see it. I believe we're going to see it. They're not trading Micah. But I can tell you this. If a team come knocking, hey, let me read a couple more comments. Poobie D, I got one for you. Poopy D. You tell me what you gonna do on the one I'm about to present to you. Alfredo said, like I keep saying, you want Micah to give me 2 number ones in 26, 2 ones in 27, 2 twos in 28. A 30 and 29, and you'll start your defensive nose tackle, take it or leave it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fleece you. If you gonna call me on this deal, I'm gonna fleece you. I'm with you, Alfredo. Boy, I'm gonna fleece you. I promise you, I'm gonna fleece you. Poopy D said all them picks didn't guarantee nothing. Carl Ellis said I wouldn't listen. Plus, I'm not a Parson only fan. Lost in Translation said they don't have to. Big Run Bounce said the only offers I would listen to right now is if I had to, I would need to include a star edge like Garrett, Hendrickson, or Crosby, along with a few more draft picks too. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you the next hypothetical question, then we're gonna move on to the next thing they talked about as it pertained to this. Pure Gamer said, I think they are hearing them out. Pure Gaming, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing it quietly. Why wouldn't you? Trading Micah is not on their mind. He said, I would listen to offers. And if they're not multiple heavy hitters, I'm not even going to think about it. But I don't want to trade Micah. Jerry don't want to trade Micah. Y'all put this in your mind when I'm telling you this. I don't want to trade Micah. I don't have no power. Jerry don't want to trade Micah. Now, Stephen Jones. I don't know about Stephen Jones. I'm going to tell y'all about Stephen Jones. I don't know about Stephen Jones. I'm thinking that Stephen Jones is kind of along the lines of, I don't want to trade Micah, but if the right offer comes along, we at least have to listen. Richard said, yes, yes, and yes. Ooh, I like this answer. He said, whatever's best for the team and will help us in big games more. Uncle Charles said, C-Base, I want to win right now. Newhouse said, only if the Cowboys can finesse some good picks. Real Estate said Cooper was irreplaceable. Cooper. Give me the name, the whole name. Freddie says, they'll listen, but won't like the price. The Cowboys will want. Micah is popular, so only a popular team will want him. You make a very excellent point right there, too. Hey, Davion Wallace, did you get a chance to send me the footage in my email? Davion Wallace said, nah, just paying. He said, nah, just paying. Robert M31 says, and by the way, G, Jerry hasn't said Micah is available. Could you imagine the media firestorm if he did that? Just look at how the media reacted to Micah. Robert M. People are not giving Jerry credit. People are mad that Jerry is trying to negotiate. And a part of Jerry's negotiation tactic is saying, I don't want to negotiate with David Mulugeta when me and you have already come to an agreement. And I'm not giving him any more money. People are not giving Jerry credit. They're not giving him credit. C-Bay said, don't subtract from this roster. C-Bay said, don't subtract from this roster unless it's Mozzie Smith. He said, add to the roster. Boy, killing me. Boy, you got me rolling. Catherine Kidd said, yes, I would, because any player can be replaced, G. I'm the same way. I don't think no player is irreplaceable. And when a player starts acting like he's irreplaceable, and when you say, and you open up the can of worms, and you say you no longer want to be a Dallas Cowboy, you put in a trade request, well, I tell you this. You didn't tell me this. You told the world. And if they start offering, don't get mad at us for listening. If they start offering, don't get mad at us for listening. Don't get mad. Jerome Clark said, if it's me, I would trade him. He trouble. He's a kid that refuses to grow up. He's not a leader on the sidelines. I'm telling you. Man, you trying to create a sense of a state of emergency, bro. You're creating a sense of urgency. Because I'm telling you, if some team mess around and send the Cowboys an offer they can't refuse, do we want them to refuse it? I'm about to show y'all the answer. Poobie D, You tell me what you think about what I'm about to show y'all. Lost in translation, he said, if I were the other teams, he said, I'm thinking, will he do this to our team too? Ooh! 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 Lost in translation says, should I bring this man into my locker room? Woo! Gwen Bowden said, G, tell it like it is, bro. You definitely can be replaced. Shoot, Gwen, I'm telling you. How many men and women in relationships thought they were so good? You'll never replace me. I'm this, I'm that, I got this, and blah, blah, blah. Shoot, that person turned right around and replaced him. That same person who said you can't replace him be sitting up crying and begging. Man, don't ever in your life think you're not replaceable. To me, anybody who know me in my personal life, they'll tell you this. I operate in my life like this. I'm not going to tell you something I'm not willing to do. When I tell you yes, it's yes. When I tell you no, it's no. And when I tell you that I'm going to do this or, hey, I'm done with this, ask anybody who know me in my life. They'll tell you straight up. They'll tell you straight up. I don't play with this stuff. When you tell me that you don't want to be around no more, you won't be around no more. Because I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to tell you better than I can show you. I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. Nah, you don't say that to me. Now, if we want to argue and we want to have a discussion, let's do it, doggone it. But don't try to go to hell. Everybody going low and you want to go to hell. I don't want to be here no more. Get gone. Okay, you don't want to be here? Gone. No discussion. I'm not putting up with pouting. My sons will tell you the same thing. I'm not putting up with pouting. I'm not putting up with tantrums. Don't say stuff you don't mean when you mad. Because you never know what that causes in a relationship. Man, you mess around, catch somebody on the wrong day, they'll tell you, get your butt up out of here. Nobody is irreplaceable. Nobody. Keek said, man, anybody can say what they want, but in business, it's no such thing as off limits. For the right price, you can make something happen. It's not too many people strong enough to turn money down. Say it. Shoot, say it, Keek. Damon Bama Boy says, what teams out there wants Micah in his baggage? 70s fan. See, and this is the other can of worms he's opened up. Because the Dallas Cowboys could come back to Micah Parsons with this as a negotiation tactic saying, hey, Micah, you said you wanted to be traded, but nobody was willing to offer anything for you. Let me tell you something. To offer one first-round draft pick for Micah Parsons, it's an insult. It's an insult to offer one first-round draft pick for Micah Parsons. It's an insult. David Bama Boy said, gee, they were talking about Dak to the Raiders. How'd that work out? Dak wasn't going nowhere. And I'm going to tell you something, Damon Bama Boy. Dak Prescott had Jerry Jones in tears. I can remember it like yesterday. Jerry Jones, when they were talking to him about Dak Prescott, this man teared up talking about Dak Prescott. He said Dak Prescott is the ultimate leader. He said with everything going on, he's still out here practicing. No, y'all, he didn't show up. Dak didn't just show up. Dak came out there practicing. I can remember it like yesterday. Jerry was in tears. Sure was. Jerry was in tears. L.A. Dot said, our team, the only one fielding calls when it's time to pay everyone else, paid their players. Jerry needs to quit. And why we hadn't won since the 90s. L.A. Dot, it's not true. Everybody else goes through the same thing with their players. L.A. Dot, tell me why Cortland Sutton just now getting paid. Tell me why T. Higgins just now getting paid. Tell me why Trey Hendrickson hasn't been paid. You can go down the line every single season. There are players, and there are big name players, that are not getting signed immediately by their teams. It happens all the time. They're not getting paid. And some of these teams, And I'm telling you, this is why these teams have really got their eyes on this thing with Jerry Jones, because they don't know how to handle these agents either. A lot of these teams are just bowing down to these agents. How do you handle them? Somebody going to have to give somebody an example of how to handle these people. Because if not, they're going to be running the league. All right, so let's move on. But let me give y'all this offer real quick. So, because I'm telling you now, if I'm trading Michael Parsons, nah, bro. Let me tell you something. You ain't finna just give me anything. I promise you, you ain't finna just give me anything. Nah, bro. You finna give me everything. Watch this. Y'all tell me what y'all take this. Y'all tell me what y'all take this right here for Michael Parsons. Because I'm telling you, you got to go ludicrous if you ask me. You got to go, I'm going ludicrous if a team calls me saying they want Michael Parsons that bad. Let me, I only have one team. There's only one team that I want to trade with. Y'all tell me what y'all take this trade. Y'all ready? Poby D. Poby D, where you at on this one? If the Las Vegas Raiders, because I'm telling you, I got to go crazy. Because I'm telling y'all, I'm not trading Michael Parsons for a doggone Cracker Jack box with a ring inside. I'm not doing it. And it's an insult to call me for a first rounder. You ain't even offering me 2 second rounders. Nah, bro. Khalil Mack is the baseline offer. And I still want some more. Y'all tell me this. Ashton Genty, Max Crosby, the 2026 first round and the third round, the 2027 first round and sixth round. And I'll even make it a little bit spicier. I would even throw in for the Raiders. Phil Maffa. I would throw in for the Raiders Phil Maffa. And let's make it a little bit more spicy. I'm going to throw in Phil Maffa. And because I really do want Ashton Genty that bad, I'm going to throw in Phil Maffa. And I'm going to even do this. And I know this going to really throw some of y'all. Because I'm going to tell the Raiders, I'm not going to just totally fleece you, but I'm definitely finna fleece you. I want Ashton Genty. We're going to take on Crosby, and we're going to take on his contract. So you can sign Michael Parsons. We're going to take Genty and Crosby. And let me erase Donnie. Let me erase Donnie. And the reason why I'm going to erase Donnie because they all getting Michael. So I'm going to give you Phil Maffa in the process. I'm going to get Genty, Crosby, first, a third, then a first and a sixth. Would you take it? Would you take it, Poobie D? If the Raiders were willing to give us Ashton Genty, Max Crosby, and we're going to take that on because it'll definitely be cheaper than Michael Parsons. We're going to take on Crosby. We're going to get Ashton Genty. We're going to get a 2026 first round, a 2026 third round, a 2027 first round, a 2027 sixth round. Who is turning this down? Antoine Jones said Khalil Mack will be a power move. Randy Jack said, gee, if he wants to leave, let him go. Let him get us a haul. Let's get it, DC, for Randy Jack. Lost in Translation said, I need a taste of something this year, too. Hey, Lost in Translation, everybody, because we already know this ain't happening, so I'm going to the preposterous. So, are we taking this trade I just put up? Are we taking this? Catherine the Kid says she traded him to the worst team. she traded him to the worst team. Would y'all take this right here? Pure Gamer said, I'm trading to the worst team. You almost have to make this worth it. But I'll tell you this. If there is a team that I want something from, it's the Raiders. It's the Raiders. I want something from the Raiders or from the Cowboys. And what I want from the Raiders is who I originally wanted in this draft. I want Ashton Jeanty. Would you do it? Would you do it? Let me go down a little bit further because I want to know the what I'm proposing up here. Brandy Mahoney, what's going on, my sister? Y'all tell me what I have up here on this board. Would y'all take this? Let me go down a little bit further. Are y'all taking this right here? All right, let me go down a little further to let y'all catch up. Are you taking this right here that I got for the Raiders? This is what it would take for me. I mean, I'm telling you, I got to get something. I got to get something that's going to help me. And I'm with you, Lost in Translation. I want something right now. Now, I want something right now. I don't want no 2026 stuff. Nah, bro. I want something on the field right now that's going to produce, because when you get Michael Parsons on the field right now, he's going to produce. So, yeah, the 2 first rounders, automatic. 3rd and the 6th, automatic. That still ain't sufficing for me. I want Ashton Jeanty. I want Ashton Jeanty and Max Crosby. What y'all do? Man, Timothy Dangles, boy, he just went cheap. He said Parsons for Trey Hendrickson. C-Base. You wouldn't take what I'm talking about right here. Ashton Jeanty and Crosby. 2 first rounders of the 3rd and the 6th. YouTube user 52 said no. Whoa. Y'all wouldn't take this. Lost in Translation said, yeah, buddy, he would take it. Show. Boy, shoot. Man, I'm telling you, if they was offering Ashton Jeanty and Max Crosby and two number ones and a 3rd and a 6th, I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Shoot. I'm taking this. David Bappo said, G, use the race on that black boy. Boy, I'm taking it. And the reason why I'm going this crazy is because that's how crazy it is that Michael Parsons requested a trade. That's why I'm going this crazy. That's exactly why I'm going this crazy. It would take something like this. I'm taking it. Newhouse said, I'm game, G. Shoot, this right here, I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Lisa Worley said the Raiders call him tomorrow if that trade was on the table, G. Shoot, I tell you this, Lisa Worley. I wish that was on the table. Shoot. What? Ashton Jeanty and Jaden Blue. Bring it on. Shoot. Bring it on. And I'm getting Max Crosby. Bring it on. Max Crosby is very good in the run game. Bring him on. I'm in like Flynn. Shoot, bring it on. Newhouse said, I'll jump on that. And I do believe it's going to take something crazy like this to get him. Piney Woods Doobie, I'm the same way. He said, I believe he's closer to being out of here than calculate. I'm loyal to the team, not one player. That's why I am. I'm loyal to the team. I don't think he's going nowhere, but I'm taking the team. But Richard Owen said, now we're getting a chance to see what the Tank was saying when he said that Michael won't win with the Cowboys because he saw that Micah is a crybaby. Woo! Tank Lawrence said that too. Tank Lawrence said that. Yep, I remember. It ain't gonna happen. It's just hypothetical, but shoot, this ain't happening. Calvin Richards said, Jeanty and Crosby, Raiders say no. Shoot. Hey, Calvin, this is what they got to come with. Shoot, Raiders got to come with it. AA Run 808 said, I'm taking that trade. Shoot. C-Bay said, I'll throw in Mozzie. He said, I'll throw in Mozzie. Shoot. USMC said, I'm taking it. Boy, that trade right there would be crazy. Lost interest. Boy, y'all just go unload on the Raiders, huh? Y'all just go unload on the Raiders. Y'all talking about throwing in Jalen Tolbert. What up, Rod? What up, my brother? Boy, y'all talking about just throwing in players now. Shoot. Man, I'm telling you. But this is the kind of haul it would take for me because the Cowboys have got to get something right now. Shoot, NWB said, I'll take Genty in the first and a second. Boy, I'm telling you. Who wouldn't lose their mind if the Cowboys could get Genty? Boy, that would be crazy. Matt D said, I absolutely, and I throw in. Boy, y'all killing me talking about these players. They need asking for these players. Y'all just talking about, hey, we'll throw them in too. Boy, y'all talking about trimming fat with this trade, ain't you? All right, man, we just having fun. We just having fun. That's why you know it's time to get on the field. I'm excited about this game on Saturday. We'll be doing a pregame on that here in the next couple of days. But this just lets you know why it's time for us to get on this doggone field, man. It is time to get on this doggone field. And y'all, again, Jerry's already told y'all, man, don't lose sleep. Don't lose sleep. Cowboys are going to get Michael Parsons signed. Don't lose sleep on this one.
What would a Micah?
All right, let me get to our next article. Okay, now this was something they were talking about, kind of one of the questions that was asked earlier. What is missing from practice without Michael Parsons participating? I think this is a very interesting discussion that they were trying to have earlier with Brian Schottenheimer. But Brian Schottenheimer is a master. He is a master at interviewing. And Brian Schottenheimer, and one of the things that people have to understand is that Brian is also trying to communicate a message to his own team. Brian Schottenheimer is communicating a message to his team that, hey, y'all got to keep playing without Michael Parsons. It's a possibility that you might not have Michael Parsons. So you must still. Now, he's not telling us this, but he's telling his team, man, this is the business of the game. Y'all got jobs to do. So y'all got to keep on practicing hard. And we got to keep going no matter what. And so basically they're asking, like, what are you missing from practice? But Brian was very good at a very good answer. You know, he was like, well, we got other guys that can rush the passer too. Dante Fowler off the edge is great. Donovan Ezeraku off the edge is great. We still got guys out there who can rush the passer. So I like what Brian is doing. But nevertheless, he wants Michael out there. He's just not falling for these dumb tricks. All right, let's roll this one right here.
When Micah is not around practice, what is missing? Because I said this morning, I think this is a problem for team morale, team culture, and you questioned that. And that almost started a fist fight between us.
Yeah, no,
which was a very scary moment. Yeah, but it's okay.
Well, I was ready to crane kick you if worse came to worse.
And I knew that, and I didn't want to have a broken nose today. So
then I didn't want to sprain an ankle.
But the when he's not there, one of the things that I think we talk about iron sharpens iron.
Yes,
Nate Thomas isn't getting a rep against the best pass rusher, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL.
No.
And while I have seen many times Micah wreck practice, I've seen him just walk out there and say, nobody's getting any work done today because I'm going to make all the plays. I've seen it happen. And that's when you go, hold on, is Terrence Steele not that good? Or is Micah just that really that good?
Just that good?
But whenever you don't have those reps against a guy like this, you're going to be caught off guard whenever you go up against Philadelphia game one.
Yeah.
You're going to be caught off guard whenever you go up against other teams because you haven't faced somebody like that. The other thing that I think that, him learning this defense that Eberflus is putting together, very important. He needs to be in there for those reps. He's watching them. He has mental reps, but he's not getting the physical reps that I think help with the instincts.
Absolutely. No, I'm with you 110% on that.
And so those are two things that I think is missing. The other thing, too, is with this whole process, now that he's saying, I no longer want to be here, the frustration with Jerry Jones, isn't it a little odd that a guy has been saying all offseason he wants to lead? I want to be a leader. I had a meeting with Jerry Jones to talk to him about leadership. Somehow that turned into contract talk. But all this is, I want to lead, I want to lead, I want to do this, I want to show the guys. And now he's saying, I won't want to be here.
Powerful point. Powerful point. Powerful point. Powerful point. You want to lead, but this is what the leader does. The leader asks for an unsolicited trade. Nobody has mentioned trading him. He not only said he wanted to be traded. He said he don't want to play for the Dallas Cowboys anymore. And you're saying you want to be a leader. I agree with this point, and I'd already made the same point. That is that's crazy to me. That letter to me makes no sense. And for people to be going along with this, I'm like, what are you doing? This is crazy. You don't want to play for the Cowboys? You want to be traded? And people looking sideways at Jerry if he was to trade him. So are we saying that Michael can say what he wants to say and Jerry's not supposed to respond? If a man says he don't want to be somewhere, why would you keep him? Why would you keep someone? What leader says, I don't want, I'm sorry, I don't care who this rubs the wrong way, and I'm not trying to offend any of y'all. You're the greatest chat on YouTube. But when you say you don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more and trade you, I want all of us who are married. I want all of us who are married to think on this. What if your wife, your husband, walked into the house today and said, I no longer want to be with you. I want a divorce. Simply because there is something in this marriage that they wanted. And you're not doing it now. It's not that you're not going to do it. You're just not doing it now. Because everybody knows that Jerry's going to sign Mike. At least that's what my belief is. And Jerry and Michael kind of came to an agreement. So the issue in your home is that there's something that you want. The person wants. You made the offer, and it wasn't quite what they wanted. Or y'all can't come to a final agreement on it. And you haven't said no. It's just that, okay, we'll talk about it later. Your husband or your wife walks in and says, I no longer want to be married to you anymore. And then they put divorce papers on the table in front of you. What do? How are you feeling? Your husband or wife says, I don't want to be with you no more. Here, divorce papers right there. And even if you know in your mind they really don't want a divorce, I don't think they truly mean they don't want to be with me. But it's the principle that somebody to get their way would go to this extreme length to get what they want. So should the person who put the divorce papers on the table, who supposedly don't really want the divorce, should they be mad when you sign the divorce papers? Do y'all know that people have actually been divorced for reasons like this? Because somebody's calling somebody's bluff. Man, that's supposed to be your other half, man. That body is no longer twain, it is now one. And that other half of you says, I don't want to be a part of you no more. Micah Parsons is supposed to be a leader of the team. He been crying, leader, leader, leader. But everything he did last week showed no leadership. And I'm sorry, Trayvon Diggs agreeing with you. He one of them dudes to me that when Trayvon Diggs is agreeing with you, man, you need to reassess what you're doing. Y'all already know how y'all been chopping this man up in the chat for his boneheaded decisions. This is crazy work to me. I don't understand how people are not seeing this part. This new social media, and everybody loves this YN behavior. Man, we got grown men in their doggone 40s still trying to have YN behavior. When we gonna have grown man behavior? Grown woman behavior? Making rational decisions that we actually think before we say and think before we act. We live in a generation that says you can do whatever you want to somebody, but when they turn around and do what you didn't expect, they're in the wrong. This is crazy to me. And I'm sorry if I'm a player, bro, you know what? I want you on this team. But I'm looking at you side-eye from this point out. You are not the leader of this defense. I'm looking at you side-eye from this point forward. That's crazy to me. And this guy's making a great point. How you supposed to be the leader and you talking about you don't want to be here no more? Man, I'm telling you, that would affect me. I don't care what nobody say. I'm like, nah, bruh. I can't deal with that.
For leadership purposes, now, whether that's just placating to the audience or whatever, it still says words mean something. And if you're saying you want to be a leader, you lead.
Yeah.
You don't bail. And that's one of the other things that I'm not frustrated with him so much, but I don't like that one thing when it's him saying I want to lead and now he's not around.
But in a way he is
the same thing.
Right? In a way he is leading because to a man, and I don't care whether this is the NFL in 1980 or the NFL in 2025, every player understands the business side of it. Okay. Yes. And there's the Micah. Nobody on that football team has any question about Micah Parsons, the football player. All right. Maybe he's run support every now and again, but for the most part, no one's questioning the ability and that when you put number 11 and you line him up.
Bull, bull, bull. See, this dude right here is bull what he's talking about. I even just said, now, bro, we ain't questioning your ability. What we're questioning is your mentality. Leadership is not physicality. It's a mentality. It's a mentality of that when things get tough, can I count on you not to mentally break down? Can I count on you in that Cincinnati game not to run off the field before the time runs out? Can we count on you to lead us all the way to the end of the game? And can you lead us out here to shake these other men's hand who played a very hard game against us? And it's not their fault that a player on our team made a bad decision. But why are we not going to be good sportsmen and remain out here and shake these men's hands? And then we go in here and we understand that it's not what they did, but it's what we did. Let's come back next week and do better. No, bro, I want to know that a leader is going to be with me even when the chips are down, when the times are tough, when there are things that he can't control but himself. Can he control himself? That's a leader. Nobody's questioning his ability. This isn't an ability issue. Jerry ain't questioning Michael Parsons' ability. See, it's people like this. This is the problem. This dude on the left, he's exactly where you're supposed to be. This dude on the right, come on, man. I see why y'all was about to fight this morning.
Wherever he goes, guess what? Shop's about to get wrecked in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
But at the same time, too, they also understand this is a business. You also understand that Jerry Jones is either the most shrewd negotiator in the NFL or the most tone-deaf negotiator in the NFL. Or maybe the answer's somewhere in between.
See, bullcorn again, though. The problem is people are choosing to ignore what Michael Parsons said in that letter, and they are choosing to assume that Michael says he don't know how they got on the contract. Stop it. Stop it, man. You was there. You know how it started. You know exactly how it started. You can't tell me that something that happened in March. You can't tell me that you done forgot. I don't know how we got. That tells me that you were a part of how it got started. Because I can tell you this, if you would have been asking me, hey, how did this get started? Let me tell you exactly how it started. I asked Jerry about what do you want me to do as far as leadership goes, and Jerry said, I want you to take this contract. How hard is that? Somebody got to tell me, how hard is it to remember? That sounds like an answer to me. That when someone is sitting on trial and someone says, well, how did this happen? I don't recall. This is the most important fact of the case. Yeah, I just don't remember. But it's strange. They can remember everything but that. How do you remember everything but the most important point? How we got here. No, I don't want to take no responsibility. I choose to have selective memory. This dude right here, I see why these two were ready to fight this morning. This is stupid talk. He's one of these people says, Michael Parsons is a great player, so I don't care what we got to pay him. Stupid, bro. Let Jerry do what he's doing. Jerry and Michael and Michael's agent. They're playing chicken right now. Somebody gonna blink. Michael Parsons has already blinked, whether y'all realize it or not. He blinked. By putting out that letter, he blinked. Michael thought that letter was going to move Jerry. Tell me what Jerry doing today. Has the contract got signed? It ain't moved Jerry. It has not moved Jerry and Steven. And sometimes you got to be careful. That stuff make people even, when they're in control, that stuff will make the move even slower. This dude on the right, I'm telling you, this is stupid. I see why they were having an issue this morning.
By the way, you've got David Mulugeta, who is also of that same ilk. All right, so you've got a battle of ego. You've got a battle of wills going on. So I'm of the belief that nobody on that football team is taking what Mike is doing personally, because they understand from a player's perspective, from a money perspective, that Micah Parsons has to do this to get his money and to make a point.
Lies. Lies. CeeDee Lamb said it. Dak Prescott said it. Lies. CeeDee Lamb actually said that Micah shouldn't engage in this nonsense. Dak Prescott even said, we already know how this is going to end. He's going to get paid. This dude is tone deaf and stupid in his response. So if they're not taking what Michael Parsons is doing personal, so why should they take what Jerry doing personal? Explain it to me. Why should they take what Jerry's doing as personal? Because if Jerry has done this before, as many people say, then it's nothing to do with Michael Parsons. It's how Jerry is negotiating with Michael Parsons. So you taking it personal because he's done it before, if we're saying it like it is. But I don't think this is that. This is Jerry actually thought he was going to get Michael done early. And when him and Michael kept in the media talking about Jerry, my guy, Jerry, my uncle. Don't talk bad about Jerry. I don't have to be the highest paid. Jerry thought, okay, I can just throw this money out right here. 5 years, a guaranteed $160 million, a $200 million deal, 5-year deal, and it's all good. This dude is stupid in what he's saying. Bro, you don't get to just say what you want to say, and then everybody's supposed to interpret it as, yeah, man, we know he don't mean it. But we're supposed to be saying, though, but Jerry means it, even though Jerry hasn't said half the stuff that people said that he said. People are stupid on this whole situation. This is what happens when you're going to be one of these highest paid players. There's going to be these standoffs. It happens all the time. It's not just in Dallas. It happens all the time. It does. It's the part of the game. It's the business. But what he's missing, but inside the business, Brian Schottenheimer's been telling Michael Parsons over and over and over. CeeDee Lamb said it. Dak, he just tried to be politically correct. I don't know if there is a right way to do it. Yes, it is, Dak. You did it. Don't do this stuff. Don't do things that causes distractions to the team and causes the entire world to come down on your owner. Nah, man. My agents work that stuff out. It gets done when it's done. That's me if I'm talking. Hey, man, it gets done when it's done. Because at the end of the day, whether it be here or somewhere else, I know I'm going to get paid. And I'm not even saying that. I'm just like in my mind, I already know I'm getting paid. But it gets worked out when it gets worked out. But Brandon Mahoney said it best the other day. If you're going to pay me $200 million, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. And I'm going to take the deal. Okay, the deal that we talked about, let's get it all typed up. Okay, Jerry, can we come to the table with this? Can we come to the table what me and you verbally agreed to, and can we work from here? Shoot, I'm getting my money. I'm telling you, I'm getting my money, and I'm not going to be prideful. No, I'm going to get my money. And I'm not going to try to get my money through y'all because y'all don't sign no checks. I'm going to try to get my money through Jerry. And I'm not going to have no pride in this, but hey, man, let's get this thing done. I'm telling you, that's what Watt told his agent on the last deal.
The question I have is, how long is this thing going to drag out? And is this going to leak into the season? Whether he gets a deal done and then we're looking at a Micah Parsons who is basically going to get into football shape for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and you just, fingers crossed, hope that this dude doesn't get hurt while he's doing that.
Last year, about 4 games into the season, Micah decided, I'm not going to go be a headhunter by myself. I'm going to play within the defense. And it took him 4 games before he realized, oh, Mike Zimmer just explained, you need to be in your place.
Yeah.
Like that's, when you can freelance and do your own thing in a Dan Quinn defense because the pass rush is what it is,
right.
like that's different. But then you have a defense that calls for everybody kind of has to do their thing. Otherwise, this thing doesn't work. I'm not sure if Eberflus has the same mentality about that.
He gives you the same.
Don't you feel like Mike is going to get out there and be like, oh, hold on, what exactly? And why can't I go do that again? How much does it affect other people around me whenever I'm not in tune with what these guys are doing, when we're not moving as one? And that's another factor. Now, one of the benefits, guys like Marshawn Nealon, guys like Ezeraku, guys like Peyton Turner, these
Dante
guys
Fowler
are getting extra reps.
Yep.
And I do wonder if the Joneses and they're like, no, this is a good thing for us.
James Houston,
those guys need those extra reps. Ezeraku needs them. He needs. I mean, you go from.
No, he does.
It's different when you're going from college,
but 11 needs them.
And then I agree. I absolutely agree.
Like you need. You saw how dilapidated this offense was for the start of this season last year with CeeDee Lamb not out there.
Yep.
And oh, by the way, I mean, and it wasn't like him and Dak were together for the first time. Like these are guys that have been together for.
Now I'm gonna push back on this guy again. Mike McCarthy was a terrible play caller. There is no reason the Cowboys should have had Kevontae Turpin on this team, and they were not utilizing him in the same way that we're watching Brian Schottenheimer utilize him right now. Mike McCarthy never maximized his talent. He refused to put in the quote-unquote Jonathan Mingo packages. He refused to put in the quote-unquote Trey Lance packages. He had Cooper Rush, one read, and it's over. No motion in his offense. Stale as toast West Coast offense. Man, we're talking about two totally different teams from last year. This team is loaded with talent now. If CeeDee Lamb, let's say CeeDee Lamb had to work his way back into 3 games this year, this team would look totally different now. This team is at a point to where it can afford if it needs to or if it has to. This team, I've already said this before, this team don't need Micah Parsons for every down anymore. I'm sorry, it don't. And I think they already have this planned. Michael will not play every down this year on defense. This is not going to be like it's been in years past. They are going to try and create a rotation of guys in and out, in and out. And you're going to see, I guarantee you, there will be series that Michael Parsons will not play even half of those series. And if they're smart, they'll do it. You got to keep these guys fresh so that when you get them in them passing downs, Michael fresh comes in the game unstoppable. Y'all remember what started happening to Michael Parsons last year? He would get gassed. He would get gassed in games from just the sheer amount of double teams, the double teams, going against the bigger right tackles. I mean, the chips by the running back, lining up 2 tight ends on that side. He was getting gassed in games. He shouldn't get gassed in games this year. He shouldn't. They got way too much depth. Don't let guys sit on the bench and just play 4 guys the whole time. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And if Micah Parsons right now he's sitting out, the Cowboys could still afford to say, hey, Micah, you're playing in the Philadelphia game, but we're going to play you in certain spots. Okay, he'll be ready. He will be ready, period. He'll be ready. I believe Michael Parsons will be ready. But again, you are talking out of both sides of your mouth. If it's the business, then it's the business. Ty Smith, I believe, understands this is the business. This is the business. If you're not going to practice, I understand. It's the business. But that's not going to stop me from practicing hard. I'm Donovan Ezeraku. I'm loving getting these extra snaps. Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealon, who said he was already going to get his. Sam Williams, Peyton Turner. Man, I'm getting these reps. I'm going to get these reps. I want to show what I got. It is what it is, man. It's the business. But this kind of behavior of accepting this stuff because for whatever reason, no, this guy on the left is right. No, bro, you're supposed to be a leader. You're not supposed to be responding like this.
4 or 5 years.
And they had practiced together through the offseason.
Yeah.
Like
now, they'd missed a couple times together over the summer, and it just felt like you kind of felt, all right, it just things got off to a clunky start.
It was clunky was a great word.
And defensively, again, this is one of those situations where I just feel like, and I go back to what you were saying earlier, and you know, the more you think about it, like, yes, I would love to see them just be able to drop 11 in, and again, is he going to make plays? Sure he is, but at the same time, too, as that old saying goes, the other side gets paid too.
Yes.
All right, the other guys get paid too, and here's the thing: Philadelphia, from all intents and purposes, had a pretty drama-free camp.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're out there hitting each other full speed right now.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the other thing: we don't hear about anybody holding out. We don't. I mean, look, that defense is in year 2 now. Look, you've lost a few pieces there. What you know? But
it's Howie Roseman, bro. It's Howie Roseman. We already know how he operates.
But at the same time, okay. You got year 2 in the Vic Fangio system.
They're also not reliant on a player. They're like,
you got a whole.
We just keep reloading more new good players all the time.
I saw a stat the other day. What do they got? Their average that roster average age is like 25.7, 26 years old or something like that. Whereas
a great window, man.
I mean, this window's insane. I mean, Howie Roseman, is figuring out ways to do this thing on the fly. And whereas here with the Dallas Cowboys, we're now going into back-to-back years of, okay, on one side you had, Mike McCarthy, and that was a cluster, going into it with everybody being on, basically dead man walking. This year, you flip that script. Schotty's doing the best with what God gave him, but then, okay, let's go ahead and throw a little kink in that and have this major distraction with Micah Parsons on the side.
Yeah.
And now, do I?
Brian Schottenheimer's already said this is not a distraction. And this actually didn't become a distraction until Michael wrote that letter. Do y'all realize we were not at DEFCON 4 until Michael wrote that letter? Brian Schottenheimer had this team, and I think he still has this team in the right mindset. Bro, it's the business. Don't get caught up in the business. Let's focus on football. Bro, this is a totally different team than last year. This team has way more depth defensively, a whole lot of pass rushers. And I think Jerry's done this by design because Jerry don't want to be a slave to Micah Parsons or any other player anymore. If Micah Parsons goes down or anybody else, this defense will continue on unlike last year.
I think they're going to weather the storm. Yes, I do.
Yes.
But
are they going to be better for it? I don't think so.
Now, that said,
will they be worse for it? What are you saying?
The deal's going to get done. And this is the aggravating issue in all this, okay, is that the deal is going to, you're not trading Micah Parsons, okay? Yes, can we have fun with it and look at the possibilities, but you're going to sign him, all right? The question is, when are you going to do it? And think about I'm not even worried about the wasted money. I could care less. It's not my money.
I agree.
I don't care. Okay, yeah, you could go sign a backup left tackle, fine, whatever, who cares? Why not get him into camp, get him ready, and make a legitimate run? Because you go from being a bottom 10 defense as it stands right now to now you are a middle-of-the-pack defense when you have a Micah Parsons. And, oh, by the way, you can
now, you might have heard them slip this in earlier. To say that the Cowboys is a top 5 defense is a straw man. To say they're a top 5 defense with Micah Parsons, they're referring to last year in a very small window. Somewhere in those last few games. They're talking about a very small window. It is absolutely disingenuous to believe that this is a top 5, top 3 defense because Micah Parsons is on the field. When we know doggone well, if we go back and look at all the years that Micah Parsons has been healthy with this team, we have not been no doggone top 5 defense. This is absolutely disingenuous garbage. Is the defense better with Micah Parsons on the field? Well, of course it's been in years past, but look at last year, and this is where they're going. Look at the lack of depth last year versus the amount of depth this year. The Joneses have added so much depth to this team that the Cowboys can weather the storm if a Nealon went down, if a Fowler went down. They could weather the storm in certain positions so well, but in particular, at the edge, they can weather the storm. They can weather the storm. They're already showing it on the offensive line. They can weather the storm. They can weather the storm at wide receiver. They can weather the storm because they have so much more depth, players with another year under their belt, players who actually played last year, and it's a whole different dynamic. And it is disingenuous to be talking the way these guys are talking because, again, I believe this is the exact kind of talk that Brian Schottenheimer doesn't want. You don't want a team that thinks that there's a player that we can't win or play without. The only player that you typically feel like that about, or that the only one I could even imagine is Dak Prescott. It's Dak Prescott. I think Joe Milton, and I don't know if he plays quarter. I know he's talented, but even Brian is talking about, man, he needs work at quarterbacking. Dak Prescott, to me, is the only one we're talking about that if this dude went down, the season's going to be tough. Because we saw it last year. I think the team would still be able to play, and I think they would probably rise to the occasion somewhat on defense. But as far as winning 10 games, I think even with Pickens added, I think it would be tough with Joe Milton. And Dak Prescott, to me, is the only player on this team that I would be like if he got hurt again. He's the only player I'd be like, doggone it. But with the depth they have right now, if Michael Parsons was to get hurt, I'd be like, doggone it. If it's not season ending, doggone it. But we got enough depth to where we can continue on and probably still win because we still have Dak Prescott to put up banana video game numbers. I'm telling you, man, people, and this is what's, I think, wrong with Michael Parsons and David Mulugeta. The media and some of this fan base blows up Michael Parsons like he's this otherworldly figure. Man, let me tell you something. I like Michael Parsons, and I love Michael Parsons, but he is yet to show that he's that player. He's yet to show he's that player. Charles Haley with less sacks was that player. Was that player. Was that difference-making player with less sacks. People were terrified of this man. This man wreaked havoc on offensive lines in ways that people just don't understand with less sacks. He was literally the difference maker in playoff games. We got to stop responding like this because this is the kind of stuff that messes up young men's head. No man's an island. No man's an island. And I can see why these two almost got into it this morning because this dude on the right, he's the exact kind of dude I don't want on my team. Nah, bro, you wrong on this.
Look, you can win a Super Bowl with a middle-of-the-pack defense. Sure. Bend, don't break. Because the one thing about...
Now, you hear this nonsense? This dude just said, you can win a Super Bowl with a middle-of-the-pack defense. This dude is crazy.
As you go from being a bottom 10 defense as it stands right now to now you are a...
So who told him the Cowboys right now without playing as a bottom 10 defense?
Middle-of-the-pack defense when you have a Micah Parsons. And, oh, by the way, you can have a... Look, you can win a Super Bowl with a middle-of-the-pack defense. Sure. Bend, don't break. Because the one thing about Matt Eberflus defenses, they turn the ball over.
Fred, if you're going to learn one thing about me, ask me a question about...
So why hasn't Matt Eberflus won a Super Bowl then? Why hasn't Rod Marinelli won a Super Bowl? Why? The fallacy of the bend, don't break defenses. When you got super studs in all these positions, go watch how many times those defenses bend. They ain't even bending. When you got super studs on defense, you're not even bending. This dude is crazy. If your defense is middle of the pack, your offense better be putting up bonker points. I mean bonker points. This dude crazy. I'm telling you, this dude crazy.
Yeah.
Any position, anything about the Cowboys, I will always say middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack.
And usually I'm right. They're 15, 16, somewhere in that window is where the Cowboys live. That's where they are.
And that's why they hadn't won no championships.
Until they do anything that changed my mind about that, that's where they will be. And that was where they've been for with the last 5 years now.
With Michael Parsons, by the way.
5 years I've been saying middle of the pack. Anytime Kevin asks the question, all right, where do you think the Cowboys rank in this? Middle of the pack. And usually that's where it is.
But you can be a top 10 offense this year. You have the pieces to be a top 10 offense this year.
We're going to be a top 10.
I think you're frustrated.
Let me show you how dumb this dude is. The Cowboys have actually been top 5 offenses almost. The Cowboys have been top offenses with middle of the pack defenses. They have not won. This dude right here, I see why they were into. This dude don't know what he's talking about. Bro, you ain't winning Super Bowls with middle-of-the-pack defenses unless you got an offense that's putting up video game number points. This dude is crazy. You're not winning championships like that. We've been here and done that. We've had middle-of-the-pack defenses with top offenses, and we can't get past the first round barely.
It also comes to the more you hear of players that have left that were frustrated, and the more you hear other people around maybe calling out front office, the same line is, the thing is not about football. It's not let's keep the thing about the thing. And this right here is proof. This is the biggest storyline out of this camp right now, and it's something that's completely off the field rather than something that's actually happening physically on the field.
Jerry's just got to stop.
That's frustrating.
Jerry just needs to stop negotiating like this is, like we're in the back room of a saloon in 1995.
Like nobody's going to find out the things that he said, and he can just, look, I'm going to tell you this, and then Rock Nation's not going to come out and say, hey, he's absolutely BSing you on this.
Well, and
people actually know they can talk to the media too now.
And well, not just that, but it's like it's the little, because here's the thing that the Rock Nation stuff raised, because they didn't argue or push back on the numbers part of it. Okay, they just argued back about, well, Jerry said that we never called back, and yes, we did.
Yeah,
I don't care who called back. Did the deal get done? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't care how the sausage is made. All right,
you just want to enjoy the flavor.
That's it. I know I set you up, and that was a hard thing because I thought about how I was going to bounce back from that too. Okay, I thought about how I was going to bounce back from that.
I would have destroyed this dude in this argument. This dude is talking foolish talk.
Too.
Brad Townsend had a theory I saw on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. He said he doesn't think this thing goes any further than August 18th.
Good.
Because
it can't.
August 19th is the premiere of America's team, The Gambler and his Cowboys. And Jerry would not want any other distraction taking away from the release of his Netflix show.
I mean, I don't know if he's doing that tongue in cheek. I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, now he's got the top two stories. That's the way Jerry looks at it. Oh, I'm trending 1A, 1 and 1B. Let's go. How about him, Cowboy?
I'm the lead headlines on everything, and he said that to us before too. When they did their Josh Wine combination, he said, when you sit down at a table and you see a magazine about architecture, I want the Cowboys to be in there somewhere. Anytime you go somewhere, I want the Cowboys to be in your mind somewhere.
I'd like to see a Super Bowl book where there's a Super Bowl from the last 30 years.
Lots of them.
Give it just one. How about that?
This was something pitched out by Mike Florio, who understand Florio has a lot of detractors.
Texters are the
many
worst.
different ways. But he said this is old hat to sit out practice, have injuries, do the hold in. If players really want to stick it to the owners and the fan base, honestly, do it during the postseason. You have already made
Who said this?
This is Mike Florio. You've already made your money. You get very little money to play in the playoffs anyway. Playoff games are extra for not very much pay. And just tell them, I appreciate it, but now I have fulfilled my requirements.
That's the
my
most
contract.
ignoramus thing I think I've heard all day.
I will not play in the playoffs. That really sticks it to ownership. Do you agree that players? I don't know that players would do this.
Why would you do it?
I think players, they play because they want to be in the
I was going to say that. I mean, look, I get Mike's doing this, next level Jedi mind trick. I'm a lawyer, so let's look at this from a different lens type perspective. That's the most ignoramus, idiotic thing I think I've heard, and that's saying something in sports media.
A reason being because
you play to win the game, okay? I mean, Herm Edwards told us this. Why on earth do you play to not want to play in the playoffs? Look, the college thing, that makes sense. All right, a college kid, of course, now that they're getting NIL money, might be a little bit different story. But if you are a professional athlete, all right, because the only thing you can hang your hat on afterwards is your legacy. All right, my boy Henry Thomas says all the time, it's great being a two-time All-Pro. It's great being a former Pro Bowler. But do you know what my value is when I go to and you guys are baseball card and card nerds. You know how much different the conversation is when you're a Super Bowl winning person versus All-Pro person? Night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Show up to a card event and, you're the guy that sat out the playoffs to make a stand. Oh, I want your sign, your signature. Yeah, on this trash bag here. Yeah, go ahead and sign this poop bag that I've got.
Yeah, what is it? Drew Pearson. Drew Pearson, most of his life was like, I want to be able to sign my checks, Hall of Famer.
That's it.
Whenever he got on the elevator with Kevin downstairs, he had a lot of people talking to him downstairs. When he got on the elevator door shut, and he goes, that's what happens when you make the Hall of Fame.
That's it. I mean, there's something to be said for that.
I do also wonder let's put this into play real quick. We get to a point where we're about to go into a playoff game, maybe even second playoff game. Micah Parsons says, guys, I appreciate it. I'm done. My contract didn't get changed last year. I'm out. All the blowback is on Micah, right? Nobody's going after Jerry for not getting the contract done. Now you're like, hold on, why did you do this? Why did you wait?
Yeah, if you've already
it's
committed
almost
17
diabolical to
games.
actually think of it that way.
No, you're like, what is? Well, the first thing I'm doing is they're launching an investigation because now you're thinking there might be some sort of gambling thing involved.
Oh, that's really.
I mean, that's my thought. Who? Because it's unprecedented.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's why it would be kind of interesting to see. I mean, because
what are you, Malik Beasley? What are we doing here?
And listen, if you're a punt returner, no big deal.
No one cares.
But if you are a Chris Jones, a Micah Parsons, somebody that matters to the team,
it would be mind-boggling.
It would blow up the headlines.
I'll tell you what. No, you know what would happen?
Jerry might actually.
You'd get excommunicated out of the league. What was old boy from the 49ers, the linebacker? Who they asked to go into the game, and he said no.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I can't think of his name. We'll come up during the break. He didn't get signed during the offseason.
That's a good point right there.
Okay?
Teams don't want a player that does something like that.
I'll tell you what, sit out a playoff game fully healthy as a professional athlete and see if you ever play again.
No matter who you are.
Okay, you're going to Japan.
Let me tell you something. This guy on the right,
or let's get the beginning.
Let me show you how ludicrous it is what this guy said. This guy said, talking about a middle of the pack defense. With Michael Parsons, you're a middle of the pack defense, and you can win Super Bowls with the middle of the pack defense. Do y'all not know how insane this is? Do y'all not realize how insane this man is? Calvin said, Genty and Crosby Raiders say no. Oh, yeah, I read that earlier, no doubt. Alex, appreciate that 999 super chat. He said, G, speaking facts as always, fire, the only true player we would be in trouble without is Dak. But I'm hoping everyone stays healthy and we get everybody that's injured back during the season. Yeah, the only player that we're really in trouble with going down this year is Dak. I'm telling you, the depth on this team, we could weather the storm, especially with if a player wasn't done for the season. Oh, no, we could weather the storm. We could weather the storm. The only thing, like, there's another, you think about corner would be a problem, but corner we think may already be a problem. But I think the Cowboys are going to try to shore that up, and I'm hoping they shore it up with Stephon Gilmore or somebody else. But I want to go back to how crazy this is, what this guy said. He said that you can win the Super Bowl with a top 10 offense and a middle-of-the-pack defense. Nah, bro, you're going to need a top 5 offense to win with a middle-of-the-pack defense, and you probably still won't win. Let me show you something I found on somebody was already talking about this in a forum. Let me show you what and this goes up to, I think, 2020 or somewhere in there. But look at the teams who have won, they were talking about up until about 2020. This were the teams that their offensive and defensive rankings winning the Super Bowl. The Cowboys in 93, their defensive ranking was number 6. Their offensive ranking was number 2. But if I'm not mistaken, the 93 Cowboys defense was actually ranked number 1 overall. But the 49ers in 94, number 6, number 1. Cowboys in 95, offensive ranking, number 1. Defensive ranking, number 9. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl with even close to a middle-of-the-pack defense, your offense has got to be top 5. If you'll notice these teams that are winning these Super Bowls, number 1 offense and their defenses are top 5 and at the very least or at the very most top 6. And there's some you'll see in a minute that's going to fall outside of that. But look at 96, the Packers. 96, number 1 offense, number 2 defense. The Broncos, 97, number 1 offense, number 6 defense. Rams in 99, number 1 offense, number 2 defense. Patriots in 2001, number 7 offense, number 6 defense. Patriots in 2004, number 5 offense, number 4 defense. Steelers, number 6 offense, number 4 defense in 2006. 2010, Packers. The Packers were number 8 in offense and they were number 1 in defense. The Seahawks in 2013, number 9 in offense, number 1 in defense. Patriots in 2014, number 3 in offense, number 8 in defense. Patriots, number 5 on offense, number 1 in defense in 2016. Eagles, number 4 on offense, number 4 on defense. I mean, you're not winning a lot of Super Bowls with a mid-pack defense. And if you do, you better be putting up video game bunker numbers. We got some anomalies on here. So you got the 98 Broncos, number 2 offense, 13th ranked defense. But again, you see what their offense is. Colts, number 1 offense, defense, number 28. Saints in 2009, number 2 offense, number 16 defense. 2011, number 9 offense, number 24 defense. Not saying that it can't be done, but the probability is very slim. The probability is very slim. You can actually win Super Bowls with trash offenses and number 1 defenses than you can opposite way around. 2000 Ravens, number 18 offense, number 1 defense. Buccaneers, 2002, 23 offense, number 1 defense. Patriots, 2003, 16th offense, number 1 defense. Steelers, 2008, 18th defense, number 2 defense. 18th offense, number 2 defense. Broncos, 2015, 24th ranked offense, number 1 defense. Man, this dude is crazy. Defense wins championships every single time. I'm not trying to fall on the side of an anomaly. Defense wins championships. Straight up. Defense wins championships. And for this man to say that with Michael Parsons, we go to being a mid-pack defense, boy, we better check ourselves because we ain't going nowhere. Shoot, you ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry, you ain't going nowhere. I do think the Cowboys can probably have a top 5 offense. It won't be anything brand new for the Cowboys to be that high up in offense. But we've been here and done this. I'm telling us we've been here and done this. And let me make a couple more points about this Michael Parsons thing. I mean, this dude is it's just idiotic what he was talking about. I see why they got into it. Just total idiocracy. So let me show you something about the Cowboys with this whole Michael Parsons thing before we go to the top 10 plays and close it out for tonight. But let me show you something about this thing with Michael Parsons. Cowboys have some pretty powerful leverage over Michael Parsons. And one of the things they have over Michael Parsons is the Cowboys really, they really, I don't think they're going to do it. But the Cowboys could literally just put 2 franchise tags on Michael Parsons. If you're talking about $200 million guaranteed dollars, you could franchise him for 2 more. You could franchise tag him twice and you could come out way cheaper. I mean, you could really come out way, way cheaper. Let me show you something. They've already been talking about this on DallasCowboys.com. When you look at this by the numbers, and again, I don't think the Cowboys are going to do this. But this stuff with David Mulugeta, because what everybody is wondering is how far is this going to go? How far is this going to go and are the Cowboys serious about it? It says right here, the Cowboys are the side of the equation that has most of the leverage in the negotiation as it stands. See, if this was a quarterback, this is a whole different argument. A quarterback could kill you on that second. Boy, a quarterback tear you up on that number 2 franchise tag. I mean, ask Jerry. Boy, they tear you up on that second one. And that money comes directly off of the cap. But when you're talking about an edge rusher, it's not quite the same. It says the Cowboys are the side of the equation that has the most leverage in the negotiation as it stands, which leads into the second layer. Parsons is still under contract. He signed it. Set to receive $24 million as part of his 5th-year option in 2025. It says after that, the team has the ability to franchise tag Parsons twice. With the projected price tag coming in at around $26.5 million next season. $31.8 million a year after that. Cowboys have all the leverage. They could literally have Micah Parsons for 3 of the best years of his career. I don't think they're going to do this, but they could. They could have him for 3 of the best years of his career. And rather than paying him $140 million guaranteed, $145 million guaranteed, they could pay Micah Parsons the Cowboys could pay Micah Parsons $82.3 million for 3 years. $82.3 million. Even if next year went up by $10 million for the second year, even if it went up $10 million more dollars in the third year, you're only adding on $20 million more. You're still only talking about $102.3 million. I'm telling us, people don't understand where the Cowboys. Again, this is why I'm telling you I know Jerry loves Micah Parsons. Because if Jerry wanted to take it here, Jerry could take it here. Jerry could absolutely take it here. And Micah Parsons could do nothing. He could do absolutely nothing. Because if he held out, it would just be him losing money. Meanwhile, the Cowboys are facilitating themselves to be able to win. To be able to withstand if something crazy was to happen with Micah Parsons. I'm telling you, man, people are acting like that David Mulugeta and his agent has all of this leverage on the Cowboys. I'm telling you they don't. And I'm telling you this is one of the reasons why they went to the court of public opinion. Because the reality of this situation is the reality of this situation is he don't have any leverage. And this is one of the reasons why if I was Micah Parsons, I would never be talking about I want to be traded. I would not be saying stuff like I don't want to play with the Cowboys. I wouldn't be saying I want to be traded because you don't have any leverage. You don't have any leverage. And your agent would be crazy to tell you that if the Cowboys decide to franchise tag you for 3 seasons, your agent would be crazy to tell you not to play. He'd be crazy to tell you not to play. I'm telling y'all, this thing with the Cowboys, it's going to work itself out. But I'm telling us, people who are antagonizing and say, oh, yeah, do this and do this. It's a big, no, man, don't do this. Man, keep your business in-house. Keep your business in-house, man. Don't put your business out there in them streets. Don't do it. Brandy Mahoney said, I feel for Shotty because I know he like, why I have to deal with this mess. It's a distraction. Brandy, I think he knew. I think he knew coming in. This is the Dallas Cowboys, Brandy. He knew. Freddie said, what can we get for Diggs? Man, I don't think you can get nothing for Diggs. You got to prove he can play. Newhouse said, Ravens, give us Lamar Jackson and some picks. Shoot. Man, I'm going to tell you something. I wouldn't deal with a team like the Ravens because you're cutting off your nose to spite your face because they're always going to be so high up there in the draft that you're basically getting second-round draft picks. Nah, I'm going to a sorry team. That's who I'm trading with. I'm trading to a sorry team. Because a sorry team going to guarantee me that I'm going to get me some doggone draft picks. I'm not trading to a good team. If I'm trading to a good team, you giving me players. You giving me players up front. I ain't taking no sorry teams. I mean, no, I'm not trading with no sorry teams. But again, I'm telling us, man, we got to stop trying to. People got to stop trying to tell. You got to stop trying to hype up Micah Parsons to do stupid stuff. No, don't do that. It's crazy to me. This man's agent is crazy to me, bro. If there is bro, you're not a quarterback. A quarterback actually wouldn't have to worry about this. This is why Dak wasn't worried. Dak knew, man, I'm getting paid whether it's here or somewhere else. And I'm not going to not play and not get my check this year. I'm going to play this year. I'm going to try to win this year. And if I have to go somewhere else, I'm going to get the same paycheck. And who knows where I could go. Nah, man, if I'm Michael, I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game no more. No more. Bro, you are talented. Your talent is going to get you paid regardless. And if you say you don't want to be here, don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Man, I think one of them years, Dak Prescott flat out told him he wasn't negotiating. He wasn't negotiating during the season. I think one of them years he did that. He was like, nah, if you're not gonna do it before, I'm not negotiating during the season. I'm gonna ride it out. But everybody ain't Dak Prescott and everybody's not a quarterback. But Micah Parsons has to understand, bro, you are not a quarterback. And it's almost seeming to me, bro, Jerry would be crazy to pay a non-quarterback the price of his quarterback. Boy, you crazy. I'm not paying no non-quarterback the price of a quarterback when a non-quarterback ain't touching the ball. Boy, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I'm not paying a non-quarterback like a quarterback. That's crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy to me. And it sounds like that we may be actually trying to get here. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. People can get mad all they want to. I would not pay, and this ain't got nothing to do with Micah Parsons. I'm not paying a non-quarterback quarterback money. I'm not doing it. And Jerry has to be careful. They have to be careful to even be trying to a $200 million guaranteed deal for an edge rusher. Bro, you better get me 20 sacks this season. I better get 5 strip sack fumbles. I better get 2 interceptions. You better make the play. You better make the play in playoff games that absolutely take us to the next level. Ain't no way I'm paying. Boy, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I ain't doing it. Suge Midnight, I agree. All of this is no longer a distraction because it happens every year. We'll probably be here with Ty Smith too. Suge Midnight, I don't think it's going to happen with Ty Smith. The person who I'm concerned about this happening with is George Pickens. I think Jerry and these guys are going to try hard to get Ty Smith signed now. I think they're going to try to get Ty Smith signed now. I think they're going to try to get DeRon Bland signed now in training camp. Micah is going to be the one I think they're going to continue to deal with. Gwen said, "AG, Jerry Jones said, don't push me because I'm close." Yep, I'm trying not to lose my head. Gwen, I'm telling you, they don't want to push this any further. Miss Major said, "Yeah, I heard that nonsense earlier. Defense is what wins championships. Which Super Bowl winning defense was mid? Very few. Very few." Miss Major said, "When they are, that means that offense is that offense is crazy when they do. They do." I agree with you, Miss Major. Hit that like button. I'm telling us, I just wouldn't do it. And if I'm Micah, I ain't doing no more of this stuff. I'm not doing no more of this stuff, man. I'm keeping my stuff in-house, and I'm with my team. I'm down with my team. Ron said, "Man, G Miller of the Pack has been our defense for far too long." Exactly. That dude didn't know what he was talking about. That dude, and he's basing that on last year. This defense this year is different than that defense last year. These coaches this year are different than that defense last year. I believe this coaching staff can coach this defense good enough. Do we not realize we're actually going to withstand the absence of Demarion Overshown? We're going to withstand the absence of Trayvon Diggs, Savon Revel Jr. We're going to endure that, and we're going to weather that storm. And when those players come back, we're going to be off the chart. We're going to be off the chart. And I'm telling you, if there's one thing we got a bunch of, is this doggone pass rushers. We got a lot of them. Booby D, smash that thumbs up. Yes, sir. All right, guys, we've been on this thing about 4 hours. So I want to make sure let's end it with a bang. Your boy got you. I'll be putting this in a video later on tonight. But I'm going to give y'all the best plays. I'm going to give you the best plays of day number 10. Let's go. Day number 10. I know y'all like this part. Man, he plays. The Cowboys is doing their thing. This man, Trayshawn Holden. Trayshawn Holden. Holding it down. Let's go. Joe Milton. The Trayshawn Holden. Nice throw by Joe Milton. Great timing. Nice. Trayshawn Holden doing his thing. Next play. Let me show you Trayshawn Holden from a different angle. Check it out. Dak Prescott coming right into the living room. No, this is I didn't want to show this. Lisa Worley. Okay, I got the link mixed up. Lisa Worley, this is for you. Dak Prescott to Jalen Tolbert. And this is a great throw and catch by Jalen Tolbert. Check it out, Lisa Worley. Tolbert. Tolbert. I see you, Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert said, "Don't y'all forget about me." Let's go. Next up, let me see. Maybe I clicked the wrong. I guess I got it. Next one. We have none other than. Hey, let me tell you something. I got a video coming out on this man right here. And we're going to have to apologize to Jerry Jones for this, man. Jonathan Mingo. Dak Prescott. Bam. Let's see it again. Boom. Nice. I would like to see Dak put that over his shoulder a little bit more. But nevertheless, nice. Next up. We got Sam Williams going up against Brock Hoffman. Somewhere in here, I guess you can see this. Oh, yeah, here it is. Watch this. After the play. Check it out. Brock Hoffman, the dog. Sam Williams, a dog. They going at it. They had to break them up. Yeah, it's time for them to start playing and playing against somebody else. These boys is on each other. Yep. I like what I'm seeing. I don't like all the fighting, no punching. These boys are serious about theirs. They serious about theirs. Next play. Donovan Ezeraku versus none other than Nate Thomas. Ooh, I like seeing this. Yeah. I like this. That boy Nate Thomas. Oh. You know what? I saw this the other day with Nate Thomas. Now, he's actually, if you pay attention, he actually gonna kick out first. And Donovan Ezeraku gonna hesitate and still get around this man. Watch this. I'm sorry, let me show you. He gonna kick out right here. And Ezeraku is still gonna get around it. Watch this. No, oh no. Come on, Nate. Come on, man. Man, we've been talking so good about you, but boy, but Donovan Ezeraku gonna do this to a lot of people. But he gets the first leg out easy. He gets a nice kick out. Look, he got a hit. Oh no, you got Boy, Donovan Ezeraku said, man, I'm next level, bro. Donovan Ezeraku said, I'm next level, man. He said, I'm gonna hit you with another step today. Next up, we got this man. Hey, man. We got Dak Prescott to GP. Oh, I like this. Now, I'm pretty sure he's tackled back there. But nevertheless, I like it. Cowboys are going to be using George Pickens in all kinds of ways. I like it. Yep. I like it. All right, next up. Miles Sanders has been out, and I don't know what's going on. I can't even speculate, but I can tell you this. This man, Jaden Blue, is taking advantage of his opportunity. This boy, Jaden Blue. To watch this man between the tackles is crazy. Boom. And I don't... Look at it. He gets small coming through there. Boom. Comes back up into the defense. Boom. Shoot. This dude, Jaden Blue. Bam. Boom. This dude, Jaden Blue, is a runner of the football. I'm telling y'all. This dude run the ball here. See here, I think this is the same one. Oh, watch this. Let me tell you something. This dude between the tackles, he a different gear. Watch this. He a different gear through these tackles. Watch him. Boom. Bye. He different. He gets to that second level quick. He definitely gets to that second level quick. Yeah, that boy nice. Yeah, that boy nice right there. All right, next up. Uh-oh. I say uh-oh, but some of y'all ain't saying uh-oh. Look at this. On top of him struggling, he going to the locker room hurt. Hope it's not serious. I'm sorry. We got to try to help this man as much as we can. Mozzie Smith, he is hurt. Not good for a player like him who's been kind of struggling a little bit. Next up, got a nice pass. Let me tell y'all something. Joe Milton and Trayshawn Holden. Boy, they got a connection in camp. Nice. Nice. Back of the end zone. Yeah, Holden stock is rising. Yep. Yeah, his stock is rising. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Next up, thinking this is the one I got before. Let me make sure. It's Lisa Worley. It's such a nice catch. Let's catch it from another angle. Jalen Tolbert. Get to see it from another angle. Boom. 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 Man said put some respect on his name. All right, next up. Let me tell you what we like to see. Boy, I like to see this right here. Look who it is. This is going to be the new Ray Lewis of our defense, who I believe is going to be the true leader of this defense, and it is none other than Demarion Overshown. Yeah, he getting ready. You know what's crazy though to me with Demarion Overshown? He running better than Savon Revel Jr. and Trey Diggs to me. He running better than both of them. You don't see no gimpiness in Overshown running. He look better than both of them running. That's just me though. All right, next up. Next play. Look at what else is going on in the Dallas Cowboys training camp. I cannot make heads or tails of this. CJ Goodwin is working out, in case y'all didn't know. CJ Goodwin is working out with the wide receivers. CJ Goodwin's number has changed. I didn't know it wasn't 29. CJ Goodwin is working out with the wide receivers, y'all. Let me tell you something. You must got some serious hands if they're going to try to convert you to a wide receiver. Because Trayvon Diggs was a wide receiver converted to a cornerback. He's a defensive back being converted to a wide receiver. Yep. I don't even know what this means with CJ Goodwin. That's all I can tell you. Next up. Dak Prescott. They're running 7-on-7 today. Dak Prescott, 3 touchdowns in a row from what my understanding is. Can't really tell who that is. Whoever it was, touchdown. But we are talking about 7-on-7. Nevertheless, it is what it is. Next up, 7-on-7 again, second touchdown. Let's go. Okay, can't tell who that was in traffic. No, I can't tell who it was. Nice throw, though. Definitely a nice throw by Dak. We're talking about 7-on-7. But I can still appreciate it. Next up. Okay, wait. We got one more. Dak Prescott said, you get a touchdown. You get a touchdown. Dak Prescott tried to spread it around. And that was, okay, that's from the other angle. Okay, that's Jonathan Mingo. This is a different angle. That's Jonathan Mingo on this one. Well, he burnt 25. He tried to injure him. 25, what you doing, bro? Yeah, it's time for them to start playing on. It's time for them to start playing some other teams. These boys getting restless out here. All right, next up. There goes that man. CD Lamb has been killing it this training camp. Nice little crossing route. I got you, CD Lamb. Been abusing these defensive backs for the Cowboys. Next up. Make sure it might be a different playlist. Same play. All right. I think this is Jalen Cropper from Joe Milton. Nice throw. Boom. Nice throw and catch by Cropper. Yeah, Cropper. I see you. I see you, Cropper. Yeah. Let's see that again. Nice, Cropper. Boom. Oh. Oh. Elam probably gets him back there. Nevertheless, that boy said, hey, man, I'm trying to put something on tape. All right. Next up. Kyle Humans. Oh, this is a list from Kyle Humans. I wanted to show y'all this. This is Kyle Humans' notes from today. This is his notes from the day. All right. Kyle Humans' notebook. He said, another fun day from the receivers. Fant, Brooks, Holden, all with great grab, success in multiple periods. Toya with more rotation as a one tech with the ones. Hall spent the whole day working as first team slot corner. Maffa showing up just like Shotty said. Dak was efficient and easy going in red zone. Communication, the secondary was hit or miss at times. Pass rush was lethal on the outside. Yeah, they put a number on Nate Thomas. Inside was less impressive in pass rush, but good against the run game. Energy was ramped up even more. It was a physical session, maybe to get ready for tomorrow. All right. Appreciate Kyle Humans on that. Next up. I got a strange feeling Dak Prescott gonna do a little bit of running this year, y'all. Check him out. Dak Prescott season opening takes off. Careful, Dak. Careful, Dak. You trying to be too? Hey, calm down. But Dak is getting his leg work in this year. Yeah, he getting it in this year, y'all. Dak said he ain't gonna do what he did last year and wait till the 9th game of the season and start running. And he said he definitely ain't gonna let Joe Flacco out rushing. Got another play here. Phil Maffa. Brian Schotty said it. Maffa. Man, I'm telling you, this dude gonna be that new DeMarco Murray for us. Hey, he make it. Hey. Shotty said Maffa got vision. I like it. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Maffa gonna get some game this year. And I'm hoping him and Jaden Blue emerge as the 1-2 punch. We got Javonte Williams out here. They probably get him back there. But he's definitely running fluid. Let's see. Next up, not really a big play, but check this out. Look who is lined up at linebacker. Sam Williams. Sam Williams is lining up at linebacker. Yep. Sam Williams. Back to CeeDee Lamb, out route. Sam Williams. Yeah. Got him playing. Hey, the Cowboys gonna be ready this year, man. They said they ain't falling for the banana in the tailpipe like last year. These boys gonna be ready. I like it. I like everything the Cowboys are doing. I'm ready for them to get this Micah Parsons dumbness out of the way and get this man signed so we can move on and really get this thing going. All right, last two plays. This one right here, not really a play, but I love to see Schotty at work. Schotty going around all the players. Shoot, Schotty get it going. Schotty get it going. Schotty get it going. Love this Cowboys team this year. I don't care what nobody say. Shoot, these boys different this year. I don't care what nobody say. These boys different. Love it. All right, last play. Let's see what I got. Last play of the day. Jalen Brooks. Nice little grab. Let's see it. Jalen Brooks. Jalen Brooks. Jalen Brooks skied up in. Jalen Brooks, we gonna call him Luke Skywalker. And I think that is none other than Will Greer. Look at what? What? Look at this man, Jalen Brooks. Let's call him Luke Skywalker. Bam. Catch of the day. Catch of the day, we gonna give it to Jalen Brooks. Man, one more time. That man, Jalen Brooks. What? Boom. I love it. Let me tell y'all something. This Cowboys team has what I call good problems. They have good problems. The wide receiver room is competing on a whole nother level. George Pickens has this wide receiver room competing on a whole nother level, and I love it. I love it. I'm telling y'all, man, we're going to be different than we were last year. And the reason why I think we're going to be different is the mentality. The mentality is what has changed on this team, and I am absolutely loving it. Let me come to some of your comments, and then we're going to get out of here. 4 hours of Cowboys content. And guess what? We're going to do it again. Ron Hanna. You know what? I agree with you. These two, one sounds like he's making excuses for Michael. Can't stand it. I caught it too. The big Rombowski said that guy took over the night spot on 105.3 sometime last year, and I stopped listening until Chris Arnold was on. Man, yeah, that dude don't know nothing, man. That dude don't know nothing. Shoot, Matt D. Man, I might take a vacation out there next year. Show might. C-Bay said he better be than Jan Slater and Clarence Hill asking questions. Dude, man. Ron Hanna, did this guy see the Sheagles last year? Boy, yeah. Ron Hanna, this dude crazy. Philadelphia Eagles had the #1 run deep. This dude crazy. Coyote said, you can win with a middle-of-the-pack defense, I guess, but you can win with a last-place defense, so bet me, big man. And again, I just showed the stats. If your defense is close to the middle of the pack, your offense has to be, and notice all those offenses, they were number 1 and 2. That means your offense is putting up banana bunker numbers. Banana video game numbers. Poobie D, 94 Bills didn't. Again, and they didn't win nothing. You gotta have show enough. Show enough. You gotta have a show enough offense and defense. 94 should have been Cowboys. Yeah. I think the Cowboys should have won about 6 in a row. Jerry messed that team up. We're going to give Jerry credit for that. He going to own that one. Dominique Pittman says, does anyone know where G saw that list from? I got that list talking about the one I was talking about with those teams. That was from a forum. I don't have it pulled. It's yeah, let me see. Yeah, you talking about this list right here? It was from Jet Nation. And it looks like kind of what they were talking about is the last 25 Super Bowl champions in their offensive and defensive rankings. That's what they were talking about. But again, I already knew. I mean, man, there are not many teams. If you go and check Super Bowl champion teams, man, they got good defenses. Boy, none, they got defenses, man. And if they don't have defenses, boy, they got offenses that putting up points. And again, I don't want to be the anomaly. Some people, yeah, we can find a couple of teams that didn't do it. I'm not trying to be those few. I'm not trying to be the exception to the rule. I'm trying to follow the rule. And the rule, the overwhelming rule as it applies to winning Super Bowls, is that defenses win championships. Defenses win championships. I would rather have a mid offense and a number 1 defense. Because if your defense can stop people and they're literally only scoring 10 points, man, your team can win a lot of games. Poobie D, it's all about who gets hot during the playoffs. And Poobie D, there's about 3 or 4 factors that goes in. Poobie D, who's the healthiest going into the playoffs? That matters. Who's the healthiest? Who's the hottest? Who's got some luck going? Man, you need luck too. It don't hurt sometimes when you're a team and you're playing a team and one of their star players is injured. I'm sorry, it don't hurt. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. I can't remember who was it that played the Detroit Lions. It didn't hurt the fact that the Detroit Lions defense was decimated. It didn't hurt, if I'm not mistaken. Was that the Rams? It don't hurt, man. You get these, you got to get some luck too. You have to get some luck. Ian Smith said you're right on point with everything you're saying. Man, I'm telling us. Coyote said a 5th-year option and potentially 2 tags, but I wouldn't let it get to that. It would be a cancer. Coyote. And again, now, I asked this a few weeks ago. Was this really going to be a negotiation between Micah Parsons' agent and Jerry Jones? Because in the past, Jerry Jones just caves in. And I said, if it's not going to be a negotiation, go ahead and sign the contract now. Sign it now. But I don't know how far Jerry's going to take this. I don't think he's going to take it too far, but we'll see. Poobie D said, once TJ Watt got paid, the contract situation should be easy. You don't trade them type of players away. Watt didn't, Crosby didn't, Garrett didn't. Ron Hanna, the man, G, sounds like a road the Cowboys might be willing to travel, honestly. They could come out dirt cheap on him. They could. Derek G said, I would at least franchise tag. Parsons wants to see if his demeanor and attitude changes. Boy, Coyote is probably right, though. Ooh. Boy, you put Michael Parsons on the franchise tag? Shoot. It's going to be hell in that locker room. Bruce S., he said, Michael already quit playing in the playoffs. Bruce S. said, Michael already quit playing in the playoffs every year in the league. Trade that man, child. Yeah, he has nothing in the playoffs. That's bottom line. He don't. He actually don't. You ain't lying. What Arsenio say in life, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. The Big Rabowski said, Tyler Smith is represented by Todd France. Yeah. Who is with athletes first. That means Mulugeta isn't letting Smith get re-signed until Parsons' drama is over. Shoot, he gonna try hard. He gonna try hard. Now, you already know. Let me show y'all this graph again before we get out of here. Big Rabowski brought up a point. I've already shown this. This is going to be one of the obstacles the Cowboys are going to face with Ty Smith. Cowboys are going to face an obstacle. This is going to be the problem. Trey Smith is the highest paid guard in football. Trey Smith, 4 years, $92 million, $23 million per year, $70 million guaranteed. This is the top 10 highest paid guards. The problem is this. But what are they ranked? Tyler Smith is the number 2 ranked guard in the NFL. They rank him as according to Pro Football Focus, I believe he's the number 2 ranked left guard, but Trey Smith is the highest paid. Yeah, Ty Smith is gonna get paid. And I'm sorry, if I'm doggone, we'll see what happens. But if I'm Ty Smith, I'm telling Todd France, nah, bro, you ain't gonna play with my money. I'm taking this $25 million per year, $75 million guaranteed over 4 years. I'm taking it. I ain't playing. Yeah, Ty Smith is going to be the highest paid left guard in football, no doubt about it. Now, here's the part I was talking about. Athletes first. These are all the players that they represent for the Cowboys. Todd France, Dak Prescott, David Mulugeta, Michael Parsons, Jay Panos and Todd France, Todd Smith, Brandon Aubrey, Todd France, George Pickens, Trayvon Smith, Tyler Guyton, Joe Panos, Malik Hooker. I'm not worried about that one with David Mulugeta. We got Malik Hooker's replacement. Dante Fowler is a 1-year rental. Not worried about that. Damone Clark has multiple agents. But George Pickens is Trayvon Smith, and I'm not for sure how much of a hard baller he is, but I'm not worried about it. But I told y'all when I did this presentation, what did I tell you? The Joneses are at war with these agents. And even Brian Broaddus alluded to it. Brian Broaddus alluded to it also. And Brian Broaddus was even trying to say he didn't appreciate how he was even alluding to he don't appreciate how these agents are operating. Yeah, he even mentioned it too. They're going to have to get a hold of them. If not, these agents are going to be running stuff. Oh, Antoine Jones. He said, I love that hoodie. You like it better than my Boys the Men outfit? You like it? Antoine Jones, you like it better than my Boys the Men? I got this off Fashion Nova. They got a few Dallas Cowboy items, and I got this one off there. Uber D's, I think our personnel and defensive coordinators don't match the scheme we play. Ooh, okay. Okay, I see you, Poobie D. Freddie said, yeah, Mike is realizing something. Now he wants to be a team player. Fake. Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys could take this into places that Michael and his agent don't want to go. Jerry said after Michael signed his contract, he's going But all Phil said, Jerry said after Michael signed his contract, he's going to need 12 sacks off of one play. Man, yeah. Miss Major said, hold on, G. What's the breaking news? No breaking news. We didn't have any. Wally A said, well, these things are out of our control. It's just entertainment in the end. Sure would be nice to see the trophy again. Wally A, we're going to see it. Don't you worry, we're going to see it. I believe we are going to see it. Dominique said, gee, I need that instrumental for when I go on my runs. Yes, sir. Antoine Michael Cousin. He said Antoine Michael Cousin. Trayshawn Holder still my Bama boy. Hey, he balling, Bama boy. He balling. I think you said he was gonna ball. He balling too. Antoine said, I'm from New York. I know people close to his family. Let me see. Coyote said Holden is going to make the squad. Yeah, he balling. Yeah, he balling. He is. Dominique Pittman said, good grief. Yeah, Sam out there, man. Sam said he trying to get it. Freddie Magia said, G got the best chat on YouTube. I agree. Straight up, I agree. Wally A said, we're going to need an accurate DAC if anything happens. Yeah. Yeah. Dominique said, trying to fight every practice. Sam Bent to save that for the Eagles. Yeah, they got to say this for the other team. This is why it's time for them to start. This Rams thing going to be good for them. Bama Boy said, Shotty said, no more fighting. Guess Sam Williams didn't get the memo. Lisa Worley said, yes, sir. Show up, G. Yeah. Ron Hunt said, I still take Mingo over Tolbert. Unfollow him at Ole Miss, and he was good. Yeah, Mingo is a beast. I got you, Derek G. Yeah, Bama Boy didn't think the pushing and shoving bothers him. It's when punches. Yes, the punches. Yeah, Lost in Translation said we want to see too. I'm sorry, man. I got you. I'm working with one monitor right now, but I'm gonna get it back going. No, G, he looked like he got the edge. You talking about that play with Donovan? Easy got that boy. Easy got that boy Nate Thomas, man. Yeah, Poopy D. I don't want Maji to go out like that, man. Lisa, hey, you heard Brian Schottenheimer talking about Jalen Tolbert? Shoot. Brian said put some respect on that man's name. Shoot. My man Unlucky, he said go Cowboys. Yeah, we good to go. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight, man. We had 4 straight hours of Dallas Cowboys content. Guess what? God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. If he is willing, we're going to turn around and do it all again tomorrow. Hey, if you haven't hit that like, share, subscribe, please do. Hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. I got more videos coming, and we definitely going to be live again tomorrow for this game. I am hoping that they give us some great angles, and we're going to talk through this game, and man, we're going to have ourselves a good old time. Amen. All right. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.